during the tribulation period. It's in the midst of the tribulation period. The Bible talks about here in Revelation 12 and verse number 5 about the man-child. The man-child is, of course, Jesus Christ. And it talks about in verse number 13, and when the dragon saw that he was cast down to the earth, he persecuted the woman. The woman is the nation of Israel, the Jew, which brought forth the man-child. And the woman in verse 16, the nation of Israel. And the woman in verse number 15. And in verse number 16, and the earth helped the woman, talking about the nation of Israel. And the earth opened up her mouth and swallowed up the flood which the dragon, Satan, cast out of his mouth. He was trying to curse the nation of Israel, trying to destroy the nation of Israel. Isn't it amazing what we're going through today? We see all this happening in our nation today. And the dragon was wroth with the woman and went to make war with the remnant of her seed, talking about the children of Israel. And so Satan is out to destroy the nation of Israel. And today is celebrate this 2-year anniversary since over 1,200 civilians were killed in Israel, Jews, 38 children among that. And meanwhile, Satan is out to destroy us today. He's out to destroy Christians. He's out to destroy the nation of Israel. Today I put 2 Israeli flags out in front of the church and put on Facebook that we're proud to stand with the nation of Israel, especially on this 2-year time. Satan wants to destroy your faith. Satan wants to destroy your family. He's doing a good job of that in America. And Satan wants to destroy your future. So we ask that you would stay true to him and rejoice in what he's doing. Might want to get ready because it looks like we're getting close. May not have time to pay your taxes. Get ready. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you. Miss Anna Marie.
Hi, my name is Ana Maria Lobo. I live in Presidential Lakes. I want to thank all for your service to the community. I also want to thank you for hiring Mr. Dan Hamilton to be the general manager. I hope he keeps working to fixing things or replacing things that need to be fixed. I hope that he ensures that all the problems that Mr. Wickley discovered in 2019 are corrected, like corrosion and mold. None of these problems are your fault, but you have to pay attention to these problems. I want to thank you, Mrs. Bender, for all the work that she is doing, but I also don't know if everything has been fixed. The Service Authority needs lots of work. The Department of Environmental Quality notified the Service Authority repeatedly in 2019 about the violations at the King George wastewater treatment plants. No one responded or corrected the problems, which resulted in fines. Had these fines been paid, also I would like to see Mr. Hamilton have a good working relationship with the DEQ. I also want to tell you how you can save money by asking how people want to pay their water bill, online, by mail, or in person, at the King George Treasury Office, like I've been doing for the last 50 years, so you don't need to mail out all these return envelopes. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one more name on here that I cannot pronounce. Yes, sir. It's not the one. It's this one. Thank you, sir.
Yes, my name is Dario Cacciavalliani. I'm 4089 Kings Highway, LaGrange Farm, right across street from a data center that they try to build. And then I'm here again to express my opposition to the plans, and I wanted, I don't know too much about how the system works, but I just figured out today there was going to be this meeting and they're going to have a presentation and I don't even know before. And I think that this information is the game from these companies that try to build and ask the community, not too much about. And then I don't know how this works. I prefer if it can be more clear, at least to the close neighbors, because I was not informed and I don't know anything about today. The gentleman went over to my place before and showing me some of the plans and some of the things that was telling them that was really too far from the truth. From my perspective, for what I understand it, and try to convince me things that I think is not appropriate. And then it's going to be a huge impact for my family and for the environment on the area, and my horses, the creek that we kind of share together and all that things. And I really appreciate it for you guys try to help us to pass this project.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your coming here. Is there anyone else that'd like to speak? Come up.
Yeah, Marcel Viverberg. I'm the owner of Horty Group, right next door to this data center or proposed data center. Been pretty vocal about opposition to this thing. The ordinance clearly states anything adjacent property owners, as my friend Dario here, my neighbor, we are heavily impacted. So it's pretty clear in the ordinance. It even says it should be rejected. Agriculture should be respected, should be held. It says here, let me read this. Rezoning process and criteria rezoning applications must align with county comprehensive plan, which prioritize preserving agriculture and rural character while allowing economic development. Anybody can see we are extremely affected. There's some presentation coming up that shows a picture from my driveway. I don't even know how they found that, but if you will go up the driveway a little bit, you'll see the actual view. It says there's some they're actually going to build a power plant there. So I don't know how we're not affected, but it seems pretty clear if you vote according to the ordinance, and you should, that this should not be allowed. So thank you.
Ma'am?
Hi, my name is Sarah Balon, and I live in the James Monroe District in Fox Run, which is adjacent to the proposed Daisy Lane Solar Farm. I have spoken with several of you over email, and I really appreciate everyone getting back to me. I wanted to come here today to again share my feelings on the Daisy Lane Solar Farm proposal before the final vote tonight. As many of you are aware, Virginia has a growing data center problem. We are currently home to 35% of the world's data centers, and with the current data center proposals, estimates show that in upcoming years, we could be facing a total of approximately 1,300 data centers here in Virginia. Virginia's high concentration of data centers is causing us to pay the highest electricity bills in the country, and Dominion predicts that our electric bills will increase from an average of roughly $142 to $315 over the next 14 years. The Daisy Lane Solar Farm will save users 5 to 15% off their annual electricity bills. Being able to connect our house to the solar farm would be a huge comfort to me and my family. And with residential solar tax credits going away by the end of this year, I believe now is the time for my community to invest in solar energy. Thank you for your time, and I'm really hoping that the Daisy Lane Solar Farm gets accepted.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Is there anyone online? Do you have anyone monitoring that? No. Has anyone received any correspondence? Okay, go ahead.
Hello, King George Board of Supervisors. My name is Will King. I am a neighbor of yours. I always find these interactions between us, the public, and our leaders very interesting. You know, because you see a lot of talk. The data centers are kind of an interesting case in point, right? Because 30% of the data centers are here, right? we talk about these data centers like we really need them and that they're very, very important, right? And a lot of what they're being used for is to subjugate people in a lot of different unclear ways. They are made to be unclear. And that is a problem. But nobody wants to deal with that problem. We like to take our problems and we like to put them in the sand. I am a wonderful example of that. I do that all the time. So I'm really here to talk about how we handle justice in this region. I don't know if any of you recognize me or you know me. I don't know who knows me, but I do know that some people recognize me even though I've never been introduced. That's a little odd. But what I do know is that in this region, we commit crimes against humanity. It's not over in Iran, it's not over in China, North Korea. It happens right here in America. And it happens in a little place we like to call Rappahannock Regional Jail. All you got to do is you just got to go talk to people who live on the streets, and you got to talk to them long enough. You got to hear about what they did before, what they did during, what they did after. And what you're going to find is none of that fruit tastes good, because you see, public policy is a seed for our society. And those seeds will sprout fruit. And they just do. That's just what seeds do. And all I see whenever I look at anything that happens in the criminal justice system anywhere is just things that just make everything worse for everybody. I don't know why we're doing that. That seems very silly. It's not good for our economy. It's not good for our minds. It's not good for our bodies. It's not good for our souls. Christ came down from heaven to teach us the power of forgiveness, and we're all here sitting pretending like he didn't do that. And I think that's very odd. So that's about it. Yeah, that's it.
Is there anyone else? All right. Mr. Sullivan, you had a correspondent?
Yeah, they didn't ask me to read it into the record, so to speak, but so I'm not going to give names or anything. But had a resident complain of a noise ordinance violation, and I guess their neighbor's dog barks like 24/7. Each bark is pretty loud above the noise level, because it's not a consistent thing, they can't really measure it. Is there anything we can do to try to help them out that you guys are aware of?
Mr. Chair, I actually have that in my board report because I did go and talk to Sheriff Giles. So,
Okay, yeah, good deal.
because there's a question I'm going to ask everybody too, based on what Sheriff Giles information he gave me.
Okay.
As far you can't, the dog barking doesn't, but if it becomes a nuisance like late at night after certain periods of time and they don't take it back in, there's things that can be done.
I think that's the issue.
Mr. Chairman, there is a private cause of action. They can bring an action against the neighbor for the dog barking in the court for a nuisance, short of any county action, but they have that ability to do it as well.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? All right, so this time we will close public comment. We'll move up to the reports. Actually, we have recognitions first. That's how we have on the list. So before we speak, we have recognitions of the winners of the I Voted sticker contest. Miss Amy Southall, I think you're up. Director of Community Engagement, and Miss Lori Gump, Registrar and Representative of the Electoral Board.
Thank you.
You're up.
Can you hear me? Okay, yes. Thank you. Good evening, members of the board. We have with us today our members of the Electoral Board and our Registrar, Ms. Lori Gump, here to recognize our winners of the I Voted sticker contest. This was sent out to the entire community, soliciting any of our students in the community to come up with an idea about what to put on for our I Voted sticker, and it was voted amongst the board and registrar's office to present our winners. We have 3 winners. One sticker for early voting, which is going to Molly Morrison with Potomac Elementary School. and one for mail-in voting at King George Middle School with Logan Brucato. And our precinct voting will be King George High School, Brian Hollis. Brian actually already collected his award because he is actually in the play at the high school, so he wasn't able to make it tonight. But we do have Molly and her family, as well as Logan and his family. So if you guys want to join us, we have some presentations for you. I failed to mention we had 32 entries and 3 winners. So we're going to take some pictures, I believe. You want the family want to come up and take photos and be in a photo? Want to? Any board members want to join as well?
Individual, the appreciation of your participation in the Island Speaker Contest, and congratulations on being selected the winner of your case Logan. It's signed by Rupert Shank, Secretary of the County.
Perfect. And then Molly and your family. One, two, three. Perfect. Congratulations.
All right, thank you very much. So we'll move on to reports to members of the board. Mr. Lee Robotham.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, everybody. Thanks for coming out. I appreciate everybody that came up and spoke. I don't have much for the group, but I know the children are leaving right now. I do want to say that both elementary school and middle school children participating in civic engagement, that's a great thing for this county. And it feels really good to have that in this county. I'm proud of those kids, and I'm really glad they took part in what they did. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Mr. Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's good to see everyone here. I have a few things this evening. First, as my time winds down, there's less than 3 weeks to the election. Even though I'm not done till December 31st at midnight and plan to work until that time. I would be remiss if I didn't start telling some folks what I think. Are you laughing? Okay. So first off, to the folks that put me in this spot, I want to thank you. I've worked diligently to protect your interests in the county and to make this a community where we want to live, go to church, and raise a family. Be more on that later. Secondly, I'd like to thank Mr. Richard Stewart, our county attorney, who jumped on board when we were in a crisis. And he jumped in with full feet. He has directed us through just a litany of things to make sure that we're on the right track. He not only does he work for us, but his staff at his law firm works for us. So we get basically 3 for 1 at a very cut rate price. But, you know, it's been my experience with Mr. Stewart that when I ask him a question, with his vast knowledge on government, he has an answer right away. If he doesn't, he then gets an answer probably within a couple hours. So and he lives in this county, and he's basically, even though we pay him, he's kind of working for free if you look at what he gets paid. but I just want a heartfelt thank you, Mr. Stewart, for everything that you're doing for this county. Mr. Slonik, thanks also for jumping on board during the chaos. And I know it's been a tough year, and next year will be tougher, but I won't be here to watch. But thank you for jumping on board. Cowboy Mr. Stroud, it's been a pleasure working with you during this time. Your thoughts and your business practice have brought us a great amount of information that's necessary for us to make the proper decisions between building and just you being a business leader. Ms. Bender, you've worked hard. You've been here for a while, and I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to work with you. Though we may not always agree, I still love you. I know that you represent your citizens, and I thank you for that. Mr. Sullins, thank you for working together. You're kind of a obviously I didn't have this prepared. You're kind of between the two different arguments, you're usually pretty right in the middle, which is good to have on the board. And I thank you for the opportunity to work with you for this time. Mr. Davis, love you, brother.
Love you too, buddy.
So there's one, Mr. Davis has jumped in full feet, and he works all the time for his people in the Dahlgren District and the people of King George County. Now, sometimes Mr. Davis and I, or Miss Bender and I, or even Cowboy, Sully usually just whispers in my ear, we might have conflict. So what you're seeing there is from what has happened in the past is that you would never see conflict on the board because things were prearranged and predetermined. So we don't, when we go in the back, we mostly talk about personnel. Very infrequently is there a closed session in regards to a business. So you'll see right here the dynamics of what you call transparency. So when we fuss at each other, we love each other truly, but we have different opinions, and we air it out here in public. So people aren't usually used to see that, and so they they jump on Facebook like there's some craziness going on when actually we're all heading in the same direction with the same goals in mind. This last 2 years have been wonderful. The first 2 years were horrible, but this last 2 years has been wonderful working with these folks up here. Lee, you bring a good perspective to the Water Authority, and I appreciate you being here. When Cowboy leaves the Board of Supervisors, I hope you run in your district. Mr. Hamilton, the jury's still out on you. You just got here. So.
Apologize. No one thought I was being disrespectful.
No. So I'll end my comments, and I'll have further comments in the further meetings for other folks. But I'd like to tonight thank all of y'all for your hard work.
Thank you, Casey. Thank you, Mr. Collins. Thank you for being here, and thank you for serving. Mr. Stroud, you're up.
Sure. So, TC, you're not toes up yet. Okay, you're still a target for a few more meetings. And whenever we call each other brothers, it's brothers in Christ. Okay, and that's where that comes from. And whenever he says we love each other, it's because we love each other in a Christian way, and we do. And we can have disputes, but we still love each other when it's over. And thank you for everything you said, TC. I've enjoyed working with you. I wouldn't be here without you, I can tell you that. So I attended the Ralph Bunch Day, had a good time out there, ate the chicken, fried chicken. Enjoyed that. Thank Miss Claudette for everything she does there, bringing that together. And thank you to the Sheriff's Department for your guys' work out there as well, helping people get around and taking care of stuff. So that was a good day, and we had a good weather for it as well. On the 25th of September, we had a joint meeting with the Planning Commission. And for those of you who watched that was I found it rather enjoyable. I really wasn't expecting it to be as enjoyable as it was, but it was. We covered a lot of issues, and we've got more to cover. But it was a good meeting, and I think it offered people perspective of things if they weren't familiar with it before. And then really, I think it demonstrated that we probably need to. If we don't have more of those, there needs to be more communication for sure, in articulating things. But it was a good meeting. Enjoyed it. And Ms. Flatley, sent me an email afterwards with some good information. So enjoyed that. Thank you, ma'am. I wanted to mention that it just happens over the last few weeks that I've had some people mention to me, and one realtor in particular, about King George, because there seems to be, we seem to wrestle with issues with, I think, realtors with the talk about the downsizing, the things that were discussed during the meeting with the Planning Commission and things like that. So people, the public, people, probably outside King George, they may look at King George and think, man, gee whiz, I'm not sure if I want to go there or come there. And the thing is, I don't know if it's a best kept secret, but King George is a great place to live. Okay. So we don't want it to be other places. And I just had a discussion today with somebody from a local county. I won't mention it. And just because but they've lived in that county a very long time, and they're not happy with that county. It's not King George. They're not happy with their county because of the growth. They're not happy with the politics. They're not happy with the taxes. They're not happy with a lot of things. And this is a neighboring county, very, very close to King George. And, I'm thinking the things that we're working to do is to keep from becoming that. This is somebody they've established here. They got their house, their kids, 20 grandkids. And, now they're dealing with issues that they didn't see 20 years ago. And, they probably want to be in a place like King George today. And what we want is 20 years from now, our residents here aren't saying the same thing about King George. So the things that we wrestle with, the growth, the taxes, the money, those kind of things that we wrestle with, that we're trying to protect and safeguard, is to make sure that 20 years from now, we're not our neighboring counties and aren't dealing with the challenges they have today. So with that, that's all I got, sir.
Bender.
Yes, thank you, everyone who came out. Usually I talk off the cuff, but I wanted to make sure I got my points, so I typed them up. But Anna Marie, I did want to address some of the comments you made. We did have 3 consent orders, as we said at the last meeting. One of them is gone. And the one from 2019 you mentioned is soon probably to be gone because Mr. Hamilton will be addressing some of the issues and the good news from DEQ. And last week he did have an extensive meeting with the folks from DEQ. So I don't want to steal Mr. Hamilton's thunder, but he'll be talking a lot about some of the questions that you asked. So I'm going to dig into what I prepared. I would like to highlight, though, one example of the King George County staff working with citizens to help solve a problem in the Shiloh district. In numerous areas of the county, residents have shallow wells, and when they dry up, it can be a challenge to redrill a deeper well. And for this resident, the cost was a challenge. This past spring, Norma Savi and myself referred the matter to Mr. Jonathan Franklin, the Director of Social Services. A GoFundMe drive was coordinated by King George residents Jaleesa Ward and Tamika Hayward Jackson and the DSS team, who were able to coordinate a USD Rural Development Grant and other grants, and a gracious drilling company, Waterfront Burnett, that gave a quote for drilling that was affordable. The area was a complex geology, which has a higher price tag, and the resident now has a working well, and I want to commend our staff and all the citizens involved that made that happen for that resident who could not afford to drill a deep well. And I told Mr. Franklin when the project was completed that I would give a shout out to his staff and everyone involved. And so I just wanted to highlight that as something really positive for King George citizens working together. Last Wednesday, I attended the quarterly meeting of the Rappahannock River Basin Commission and presentations on the looming legislation of the federal mandated requirements for testing and treating PFAS, always hard to pronounce, in water and wastewater were discussed. And forgive me if I mispronounce this, so I wrote this out. It's per and polyfluoroalkyl substances is the term for PFAS. That's why there's an abbreviation. It comes from many sources, including firefighting foam, waterproof clothing, dental floss, biosolids, and many other sources. Further discussion centered around the January 14th, 2025 EPA draft risk assessment for PFOA and PFAS in sewage sludge, which examines the risk to humans from biosolids that contain PFOA and PFAS. Nothing is finalized, but a supervisor from Orange County expressed his concerns with the costs and the low service authority customer base that they have that would have to absorb it. And so those opinions were addressed. They are looking at it. It is not finalized because there's been a lot of feedback on the federal mandates. So it is soon to follow with more information. And I'm sure Mr. Hamilton is already possibly aware of that and looking into it because it will be stuff that we're going to have to deal with soon. There also was a briefing on data centers in today's world, and energy and water use was a great segue into the subcommittees that were formed at our June meeting. I am the chair of the Surface Water Intake Committee, and I gave my report. And I spoke just recently with Delegate Kent to learn about the bill she proposed last year, and it was moved to study. That is correct, right, Mr. Stewart? It was moved to study. I forget the name of the bill, but I'd have to bring it up on my phone because I didn't include it in my notes. But there's being a study of it, and it's very important. And why it's important is it's getting an accurate picture with sound data that is important to truly quantify the capacity of the Rappahannock River for residents, farm, commercial, and industrial use. We need to get a handle. It is our 6th endangered river in the United States. And I have said numerous times at all levels that you can have all the money in the world, but only line your coffin when you're not with us anymore. I have received numerous inquiries about food trucks. Do we get taxes from their sales? Do they have a license in Virginia? Do we have the proper ordinances and policies surrounding them? This was a hot topic when I was on the board in 2020 and 2021, and I would like to have Mr. Smolnik and Mr. Luke kind of have some answers to those questions concerning businesses like that, and do we need to add to our ordinances or what? Because I've had about 5 or 6 emails concerning food trucks. There's also one other question is about that I'll bring up about using the parks for training. One of it was highlighted by a dog training service, and I know Ms. Puckett and Mr. Clark are looking into it further, but is that something we need to have an ordinance to make sure that businesses that use our facilities are paying, that they do have Virginia license, at least to do business? I know I'm not going to criticize. If I right now was a professional coach, I would probably use a park for training. I've seen soccer players out there with their coach. I don't want to hinder the businesses, but we want to make sure that, we also receive revenue for their services, whether either from the money that somebody pays to use that service or, they have a business license. And don't get me wrong about food trucks. I like food trucks. They're great for agritourism businesses and residents. And if someone comes up with a certified gluten-free one, I'd be right there. But I just want to make sure that we look to the constituents and address this. And it's been probably 5 years that question has come up many times. A common concern in the Shiloh District is dog running during hunting season and excessive dog barking, which Mr. Sullins brought up. I did have a meeting with Sheriff Giles about this matter and was looking if the board would like to look in any ordinance concerning this. I know Sheriff Giles had mentioned the nuisance and noise ordinance, that something could be looked at, and that's why I was going to ask Mr. Stewart and if the board wanted to look into that.
I would.
Which part are you talking about?
The dog barking. When Sheriff Giles spoke to me, it would have to be something addressed in the nuisance category of the dog. I was looking for more clarification. I haven't been able to
So
talk to you about it yet.
You can bring a private action if something constitutes a nuisance, you have the ability to take that person to court. As an individual, a dog barking ordinance is a very tough thing. Not for us to draft, but it's virtually impossible for the sheriff's office to enforce. It's complaint driven if you think about it. And typically you wouldn't have an ordinance for a dog that barks sporadically. It would have to be a continuous thing, and it would have to be over a certain amount of decibels. I've had this discussion with Sheriff Jett years ago. They have one in Stafford. I don't know that they've ever been able to prove a case. But if you all want me to look at it, we can look at it, and I can give you some things. But it's very difficult to enforce. But I'm happy to work with the sheriff and the Commonwealth's attorney to see if there's a way. I just don't know if they have the manpower or the meters or in order to do it.
What I would be concerned is not the dog barking that you mentioned, but the running dogs for the chasing deer. That's what I'm more concerned about. I'm more interested in
That's another
that.
very difficult thing that infuriates people. I don't know how you would enforce an ordinance about the dog running. Most time it's about the dogs, coming onto somebody's property, and they extrapolate that into what's called Virginia's right to retrieve, which is Old English common law, which if you're hunting and you shoot something and it dies across the line, you have the right to go get it. But here in the country, we usually call our neighbor and ask us if it's okay. That has been a Supreme Court battle as late as a couple years ago. There is a statute on the books that allows it in Virginia. It is another, you want to get at a specific thing, I'm happy to try to do it, but it's another one of those things that's going to be very difficult. And it upsets a lot of people on both sides.
One of the specifics is because you have a piece of property you're allowed to hunt on, then you're not allowed to hunt on it, then you're allowed to hunt on it. So I understand they run across 3-section property, but what you run a lot into in the Shiloh district is they let their dogs go on the edge of someone else's property they can't hunt on. They're right on the edge of it. They're not releasing on property they can hunt on. They're releasing it to go through someone's property to get to the property, which shouldn't be. So that release point might have something that we could look at in that.
We've tried to look at that legislatively as well, and it's
hard.
At the General Assembly.
It's hard to prove it, I guess, too, unless you see them doing it.
Unless you see them do it and you're willing to testify.
Yeah.
And a lot of people aren't willing to testify.
So what do you guys think, at least, well, both of them are the noise ordinance, because I know the person who reached out to Mr. Solons and I, it's not the first person that asked if we have a more stricter about during the daytime, someone who has their dogs excessively barking next to them.
I have no problem with looking into it. It's just you're going to have to deal with how it can be enforced. I think that's the hardest part. And you need to bring the sheriff and them in as well.
I think this, you get neighbor A that doesn't like neighbor B, this would be ripe for kind of a low-level swatting sort of thing, just because, and that's just going to create more work for the sheriff's office, and they're understaffed as it is.
It may be, that's true, but at the same time, the way I see it is there are people that have a huge investment in their home, in the neighborhood. They live in the neighborhood, and they want peace and quiet. They can't afford to move and shouldn't have to move because somebody in our neighborhood has dogs out there barking all the time. It may not even be home to hear it. So, I don't have the answer to it, but, if somebody, I think that somebody deserves the right to have peace. You shouldn't have to wear earplugs at night to sleep. So I don't have the answer, but I think that, everybody has the right to some peace and quiet in their home, in their neighborhood.
You mentioned daytime and then you talked about nighttime. So that's two different topics for me. I mean, I've grown up in the country and it's like when I lived in the city, you just don't even hear horns honk anymore on cars. There's 1,000 of them go off in New York, so you don't even hear them. And when I grew up in the country, dogs barked all the time. You just didn't hear them. You know, people are target shooting their guns back here all day long, and it just blends in with the noise because they've always been there doing it. But if someone was out shooting their gun and squalling their tires at 10, 11 o'clock at night, I notice it, I hear it. You know, same with dogs and same with guns and things of that nature. So maybe it's more times, looking at what time of day, if you want to look into that.
You want us to look at something just in residential zoned?
I think that'd be the best place to start.
Okay.
Yes, sir. The
That's
other
why I
thing-
brought it up, is to at least look at it and see if it was plausible or able to do it.
Yeah, another thing with that, Mr. Davis, is there are a lot of people now that work from home and they're in meetings and such, you know, like remote. And if they're like in a neighborhood, if you're, you know, out and about, there could be a dog barking at my house and nobody's gonna hear it. But if you're in a neighborhood and a dog's barking out somebody's backyard and they're in a meeting, then you can hear it. So it could impact their work as well. So that's residential. Yes, sir.
Mr. Collins?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what I'm concerned about is the same thing that Mr. Sullins is concerned about, is the neighbor just doesn't like the other neighbor, and this is what they're going to do to cause them havoc. So you need to look at that, including a dog that does bark consistently all the time. Some dogs are out that are chained outside, which I think we should have a no chain law anyhow. But those dogs sometimes will bark all night long in the neighborhood or even on a adjacent big track. You can hear them coming through you can hear the noise coming through the woods. So I would caution of what that would actually look like. It seems more consistent that if a property owner has a problem with a dog barking too much, that they would, of course, talk to their neighbor. But that doesn't happen anymore, and use the civil action to bring that in front of a judge and the judge make a decision, as opposed to an overreaching ordinance where it could catch up some folks that don't like each other. Thank you.
Hi, Ms. Bender.
All right, thank you, and I'll try to wrap this up. This is something I wanted to bring up because it's hard when you're online. I was online for the Planning Commission work session. It's hard online to be able to get in and talk, but that's just the nature of the game. I had told them I had to be online that day because I had something else that I had to do, and that was the date that everybody could meet. So I wanted to make this point. So lastly, as local officials, we are not expected to be economic development experts, but we are active participants that lead long-term development strategies that make sense for the community. Having a strong understanding of our county's economic profile, along with community input, helps to formulate a realistic vision and strategies that staff can use to attract businesses. All board members and their constituents need to have a voice in the development of those vision and goals, and this provides a clear direction for staff and lets potential businesses or developers know what King George is looking and expecting from an entity that truly wants to be part of our community. And that's, I want to highlight, that truly wants to be part of our community. In other counties close to us, they do just that. I had a great conversation with the economic development director from Culpeper, and one of the things when a business comes to him, he shows them a document, economic profile, and what the community wants and what the needs are. And if the business is not interested, he thanks them and says, you can go find another locality because this is what our values are. So that's what I'm talking about. Reworking the comp and economic development plan needs to get started. The process does not need to be as long as when I first came onto the board in 2018, and harder deadlines can be set. And I hope we can start some work sessions so all of us have an input on the economic development direction. And we have to connect all parties with a community strategy and make sure all 5 members of the board have input and allow for the creation of a clear, accurate, and compelling message that reflects our local vision and helps ensure board support for the economic development projects to be undertaken with the county. And lastly, I want to thank Mr. Collins for your comments and look forward to the more to come before the end of December. And Mr. Chair, that's the end of my report. Thank you.
Sullins?
Thank you, sir. And thanks, everybody, for coming out tonight. Thanks for the folks that are online. I'll be real quick with this. Number of engagements over the last few weeks. Got to go to the Ralph Bunche High School Alumni Association fundraiser. That's always fun. Also got to go to the King George School Board meeting on the 22nd. Went just to kind of listen and learn and hear what the school board's up to. Got a lot more than that. Public comment was pretty interesting at that one. Attended the candidate forum where we got to hear the input or I guess the 4 candidates for office making their case on why to elect them, and very much enjoyed that. Got to meet with Bryce Young, our county engineer. He's going to be giving a presentation tonight, and so we were talking about that and what it's from. Talked to the same planning commission meeting that you've already heard about, so I won't go into that too much. Got to go on a field trip over to, you may have heard about the Caledon Solar Farm project that's been proposed, so I got to go on a field trip and see where they're looking to try to put that thing. And also got to go with Mr. Davis to the Northern Neck Regional Summit along with Mr. Smolnick, and I think he's going to talk about that later, so I won't go into detail about that. And then finally, just want to thank Mr. Collins for the kind comments. I wasn't really sure where you were going with that. I'm like, what am I doing here? But thank you very much. I like the way you characterize us as a family. I've got a scar on my head and a scar on my lip from my real sister, because we fought a lot growing up. This is nothing like growing up with my real sister, so I enjoy these guys and gals. So thank y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Sullins. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you for everyone who spoke. Just one quick, I want to just tell Mr. Stroud that I had some tires put on 4 new tires put on my car the other day, right down here, King George Tire. And they loaded them up in the back of my Jeep. And I live way out in Dahlgren, so I was like, save me $10 a tire. Drove them out to Sealston to the landfill. No sticker on my car, Mr. Stroud. And so the guy's like, I can't. He was like, I can't let you. He goes, the Board of Supervisors. And he didn't know who I was. The Board of Supervisors had gotten on me. He goes, if you ain't got that sticker. And I said, what about if I just have a sticker in my hand? He goes, no, sir, you got to have that sticker stuck on your window. So I quizzed him and tested him a little bit. And I said, I really don't want to drive all the way back to Dahlgren and dump these tires out. I mean, they stink. And it's a long way back. Because I'm sorry, sir, you ain't got a sticker, and kept going. And so finally, I did have to pull my badge out just to prove that I lived in King George. It wasn't a power that I said, I'm not trying to be rude to you. I said, but I do live in King George. He goes, can you prove you live in King George? So I pulled out my supervisor badge. He goes, oh, well, I've never met a real supervisor before, except for the one who got mad at me. So, yeah, you can. So I was like, I said, I'm not trying to bully you to make you do it. I said, these tires stink. I said, if you just let me put them over here real quick. But I said, I have to live in King George if I got this. And he goes, all right, but you tell him I did my job. I said, yes, I will. So I'm telling you tonight that he did his job. So you should be happy with that, Mr. Stroud. Thank you for everyone else. We went to a lot of events. I did go to the Northern Neck Summit. It was probably the most productive thing that really, as far as we can go to events. I appreciate going to the Historical Society and watching the girls dance, and my daughter loved it. And I enjoy Ralph Bunche and the things that were planning. But this is kind of planning for our future too, and just getting together with other leaders from other locales that I feel that our value system is more aligned with, which is in the Northern Neck. When I go there, I went to their parade this past weekend, saw everybody, and it just great, just kind of where we're at, but really just worked on some things of what we can do to work together as communities to solve some of the big problems we got coming up. Things like, sludge and water issues and jockeying over positions as firefighters and who getting salaries paid, and just what can we do to kind of work together and pull our resources together to kind of save money. And maybe at the same time, and I think King George is going to have some solutions for them to help them. At the same time, it's going to help make us some money over the years. At least that's what we're working on. But just again, thank you for everyone for being here. It's been, it's almost an hour, and we're just now getting to this part of it. So I'm going to not say anything else, but just thanks for being here tonight, and I appreciate it. So next up, we have the warrants. you have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Motion probably second. Any further discussion? Mr. Collins?
Yes, sir. So looking through the warrants, I noticed that we're paying some outside people to come in and teach classes when we have the skilled individuals here to teach those classes. And I'm not sure why we would have outside people coming in to train when we're paying these people to perform those duties.
Can you give me an example? Because I really don't know.
Well, I was trying not to get too hard on it, but I can jump right in if you'd like.
I'd like to have at least, something.
So there's $1,300 for fire and rescue for outside instructor, for a class when they have a lieutenant charge of instructor. They have a battalion commander who's in charge of instruction. They have some firefighter, or I'm not sure what his rank is. And they have either 6 or 9 people in the academy. So if it's 6 people, that's a 3-to-1 ratio. And the class that it was on the warrants seemed that everyone in that fire department should know how to do that. So why would we pay outside instructors to do that? That's my example. I was not trying to be too hard on the fire department, but you made me do it.
That's why you're coming as a concern. Mr. Smolny, can you look into that, what made that necessary, unless you already know?
And I have, yes, sir. So it's my understanding, I've conversed with Chief Moody. There are 9 individuals remaining in the fire academy that we have right now. This was, I believe on the warrants was for hoses and ladders. There are certain credentials that individuals need to have, and I will follow up with Chief to see if we have those individuals. You need a certain number of instructors per, for the size class to run. If you don't have those credentials that are, given by the state, you need to bring in outside credentialed people in order to train the new staff members. And these are paid using the Aid to Localities grant that the state receives.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Collins.
So if our training people are not trained in hose and ladder, then we have a big problem. Then they also pay other firefighters overtime to assist with those classes. You don't see that in the warrants, but it's the way it is. So, we're trying to keep expenses down. It doesn't make sense to me. Thank you.
What's the next step you'd like to see? He seems to have had, is there a different answer? What we're looking for?
Well, there shouldn't be an outside instructor. If a lieutenant should be able to know how to do everything in that department from the top up, and so should that battalion commander. And when you do exercises where it requires staff, they already do that. They use their own people and pay them overtime. So, and they pay the lieutenant and the battalion commander overtime too. I'm not sure why the lieutenant gets overtime. It's supposed to be a 40-hour job, but none of those jobs seem to be turned into a 40-hour job. So I think that you need to track some of this money a little closer, because there's no real need for that. The chief will come in and tell you, he's a very good talker, and he'll come in and tell you why you need to pay $1,300. But, I do my research. I can't figure it out.
Mr. Solons?
So this question is addressed both to you, Matt, and you. Did we not learn at the Economic Development Summit that we went to that some of these instructional classes require certifications that, knowing how to do it and being certified to teach it, 2 different animals. And so I'm thinking that may be the issue here.
I will look into it, but you're correct. You're having those state credentials and understanding the basic practice of doing it day in, day out are two different things. But I will look into this for you, Mr. Collins, and members of the board.
See if I can,
So they should have these credentials if they're going to be in those positions. Is what another one of my things.
There's credentials to be able to do it, but there's a higher level to be able to teach it. And
Yes, they should.
we may save more money by renting somebody than keeping somebody certified.
But they should have the credentials for those operations. If you need to have somebody for data center fires certified, we don't have that. So then you could get an outside person. But this is a basic skill that why would you pay people of these high ranks not to have these? They're all instructors, or they couldn't teach the classes because you have to be a certified instructor in order to teach the classes.
are you wondering if this is kind of going something, it now explains to you something like an honorarium system? Forgive me, but I know churches and where I would call you up and say, hey, look, we'll pay you $10,000 to come speak at my church, and then you pay me $10,000 to come speak at your church type. Are you thinking some kind of?
I have no idea about that, but I'll speak at your church for 10,000.
All right. You get a sausage biscuit at my church for preaching. That's what you
Could
get.
be a second job for him.
Come give them the hook for you for $5.
Yeah, there you go. I need that.
All right, I'll do it for 2.
All right. So we got a motion properly seconded. Any further discussion? By roll call, Mr. Stroud.
Aye.
Bender.
Aye.
Mr. Collins.
I'm going to abstain.
Mr. Sullins.
I had to think for a minute to remember what it was about, but aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes. We're just voting on the warrants, my friend.
Yes.
I have constitutional officers. Renee, do you need to speak at all? Are you good? Regina, do you need to speak? Are you good? Okay. You're up, sir. Major Patrick Weston.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the board. First, I'd like to start this evening. Sheriff Giles would like to send his apologies that he couldn't be in attendance tonight. His daughter's having a baby and he's on granddad duty.
All right.
Again, I'm Major Weston with the Sheriff's Office. I'm speaking to you tonight as the president of the King George County Tow Board. On September 12, 2025, we held a properly advertised annual meeting of the King George County Tow Board at the King George Sheriff's Office. This meeting was held to review fees for all police-requested towing, related services, and storage. All fees are set in a level, identical, and standard amount for each authorized tower. The new tow rates, which you have in front of you, were proposed, voted on, and passed with a 4-0 vote. Revisions of the new rate increases will go into effect on October 15, 2025. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you all have them.
Any questions for Major Weston?
Yes, I do.
Bender?
Yes, what is the reason for the increase? Just rising costs or?
Yes, ma'am. It's fuel costs and insurance premiums on all the wreckers is the reason for the rate increase. Also, these rates were put into effect, the original rates in 2020. 2023, we added the medium-duty wrecker, but the tow rates have not changed since 2020.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. So at this time, and we're going to do Daisy now, Ms. Smoker. Were you wanting to let the lady and her attorney speak first? How would you want, thinking that was going to go?
I believe, I know Ms. Leduc, she's in her office. She may be here momentarily. I believe the applicants have some new information for the Board of Supervisors, and then I believe one of the adjacent property owners is here. So, Mr. Chair, my recommendation would be to turn it over to the applicant.
All right, we'll do that. So we're going to move 10-07 up, and Daisy Solar is up.
Good evening. Thank you all for your time. Again, my name is Will Thurman. I work with Davis Hill Development, the developer working on the Daisy Lane Solar Project located at 8209 Daisy Lane. So as you can remember, we were here on June 3rd for a public hearing, and I just wanted to address some follow-up questions and items that were left unturned there, and then we'll discuss there further. So I believe one of the comments from Mr. Stroud or recommendations was just trying to get more members of King George involved in the project. We're trying to get some benefit to other landowners or other community members. So we did reach out to, or we engaged a local sheep grazer, Kelsey Trainer Brown, and we reach out to see what her services would be to provide. We've had multiple discussions. She went out to the property with my colleague, Chad Sutherland. They walked the property for about an hour. She put together a great proposal, and we're working towards an agreement there. The only reason we haven't signed that agreement yet was just to try and settle this special exception permit before moving forward with her. But we're very excited in that potential partnership with Kelsey. Another follow-up, I know Pete Walton at the Northern Virginia Gun Club reached out a few times about potential stormwater concerns and runoff to the gun club. I followed up with Pete after the meeting, listened to his concerns, relayed that information to our civil engineer, had her put together a written response on the proposed runoff and any of mitigation to his concerns. We shared our preliminary stormwater plan with him, and we plan to continue to keep him engaged in the process as our stormwater management plan progresses, which would occur after or as we go into the site plan review phase of the application. I believe an outstanding question was around decommissioning. I think there were some questions whether a decommissioning plan was in place. I did confirm that the decommissioning and reclamation plan, as well as a decommissioning estimate, both which were prepared by a licensed engineer, were included in the initial application materials. And I'm happy to share those again. But just for the public record, the decommissioning bond amount was $557,000. I believe, sorry.
Mr. Thurman, just as you go along, if we have a question about that, I'm going to let someone answer. Okay?
Sorry.
Ms. Bender has a question.
Yeah, I did ask, Chair, if I could ask a question here, because what I'm concerned is when you came on that date in June, we really didn't get to ask all the questions. So one of the questions I have written down, and I rewrote it down in my book because I wanted to ask, is the decommissioning bond. You gave a figure, but that's in 2025 dollars. Is there a look every 5 years, 3 years? Because let's be honest, when this project 40 years from now, 2065, that quote you gave is not an accurate quote probably. So how can the citizens of King George be assured that the proper money is in that account if we get stuck with decommissioning and having to get rid of the material, the industrial material?
Yes, great question. I have a copy of the decom estimate. I'm just trying to see if there's a escalator. I don't think we currently have a escalator or revisit at X amount of years. That's something we're happy to put in there. That's very common and we see often, whether it's a 5-10 year period to revisit and renegotiate the decommissioning bond. Yeah, right. So we could add that in. So we have a decommissioning reclamation plan that is a 3-page, looks like a site layout that was submitted. That basically goes through the whole project site plan and says which parts will be removed at which times. Then there's a decommissioning estimate, and something that usually gets negotiated or approved at a later date during the site plan review process is a decommissioning agreement attached to that decommissioning bond, basically stating the language, the term. So that will be subject to county approval, but we're happy to include that in the plan. Is 5 years your recommended?
That's what I've heard. I mean, I'd like 3 years, but 5 years if everybody agrees to that. But there's got to be an escalator in there. You cannot go on 2025 dollars if you're looking at a 40-year lifespan.
5 years is pretty standard.
Yeah, that's what I'm.
View the bond and increase it as necessary.
Yep.
I think that's the will. Mr. Collins has a question.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So are you here for an action tonight?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you worked out the agreement with the adjacent property owner?
I was going to let my attorney discuss that, but I'm happy to bring him in now if you want to do. I was going to go through this first and then bring that up, but if we want to talk now, happy to turn it over to him.
Well, yes or no?
No, the easement's not been resolved.
The issue is not resolved.
Come up and discuss now.
Step up. Thank you.
So my colleague has some additional points to bring up, but if your question is about the adjacent property owner issue, that has not been resolved. I'll quickly review what's happened since then. We engaged with that property owner's counsel, including making a formal offer to compensate both the landowner for the easement as well as taking on the responsibility of both the improvements and the maintenance of that access easement for the entire life of the property on behalf of both ourselves as well as two additional property owners who are closed off from the public right-of-way, one of whom already has a house, a residence on their property, and has been attempting similarly to us to try and negotiate an easement in order to make that house saleable. They've had difficulty selling the house in the current legal environment that they have with the right-of-way. And then the other adjacent property owner whose land is vacant, correct? But is attempting to try and build a residence on that house as well. So all three property owners are attempting to try and negotiate that. Unfortunately, our offer was not responded to. And so you may ask, why have we come back if the issue that was deferred when we were here previously has not been resolved? One, for the reasons I just described, we have attempted to negotiate a solution without success. There are other legal methodologies that we might need to employ in order to resolve the easement issue if we can't negotiate one. But in addition to that, there have been a number of changes in the environment regarding renewable energy projects since the new administration has come on board, including the One Big Beautiful Bill, which made a number of changes to the landscape of how solar projects will go forward in this country. Because of that bill, there is now a timeline that developers are on that for certain economic advantages that may go away. Because there is a whole series of additional development activities that need to take place after the granting of a permit, which we would have to work with the county to do site plan review and a variety of other things like Mr. Thurman described, we've come to the conclusion that it makes more sense to try and do the additional activities in serial rather in parallel, I should say, rather than do them in serial. One of the things that we had proposed and have submitted to staff and the county attorney is a modification to one of the conditions, condition 16 of the permit, to give the board more clarity and comfort that the project will only go forward if appropriate access to the site is obtained. It wasn't as clear in the condition, but given the situation we're in, we wanted to make sure that the board was comfortable that the current access is not sufficient, both in terms of condition of that right-of-way and as well as the width of the right-of-way. And so we propose a new condition, which I think.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant sent to me, and I reviewed and the language looked okay. It basically makes the project conditioned on their ability to get proper legal access within 4 years of the date of a special exception if you all were to approve it. And so there's a timeline associated with it of 4 years is what they proposed.
Yes, that's correct.
And they can't go forward with the project unless they can get that proper legal access.
So the lady that's in the back, that you had to go across her property to get to your project, you don't have an agreement with, right?
There is a existing from approximately 110 years ago, a right-of-way which is cited in a deed. And traditionally, over the last 100 years, that's been the methodology by which both our landowner as well as the two additional adjacent landowners that I described earlier use to access their property from the public right-of-way.
Right. So it's a farm road.
Correct. It's
at
not
best.
it's not a deeded easement or any other
Right.
form of legal access. Correct.
So I really like the project. I really like the project. And I would be all in if it wasn't for that one problem. And so I'm not going to pounce on somebody's property rights for the project. So if you're asking for an action tonight, unfortunately, my answer would be no, since you haven't worked it out with the going across those people's property.
Sure, I understand where you're coming from. And
Okay, thank you.
as I stated, what we would continue to try and do is negotiate a solution. If that solution cannot be negotiated, there are other legal means by which an easement may be obtained. Our reason for pushing off the deferral, not pushing the deferral off any further, is the reasons I cited before. There are a number of additional development activities that need to take place. If the permit is granted, we would be able to continue all of those activities while at the same time either negotiating an easement or obtaining an easement by other legal means.
Mr. Chairman, so I think it was pretty unanimous up here that you needed to get that taken care of before you got any special exemption. You can go through whatever lawful reason you want to go through to try to get an easement, but to get a special exemption and saying, you know, for you to go, that's just not the way to do business. You know, you get the easement, and then you get the special exemption. It's not the other way around. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Sullins. Thank you, Mr. Collins.
Thanks, sir. So you alluded to it twice now. What other,
I'm sorry.
you've alluded to it twice now. What, can you elaborate on what the other legal actions you could take to get the easement?
I'm not inclined to disclose our legal strategy in great detail. However, I will state that there is longstanding legal principles that parties without legal access to a public right-of-way by law are entitled to try and obtain what's called an easement by necessity. And recent Supreme Court cases have established that both a landowner or someone who has site control rights with that landowner, like a lessee, have the ability to not only obtain an easement by necessity, but obtain an easement by necessity that accommodates productive, useful uses of that property, not simply for the purposes of the access that may have existed prior to that time by other means.
But didn't that case you're speaking of, there was a date on that case that says anything after this time, you can't landlock, but before that time, you're out of luck?
No, I don't believe that's correct.
Okay.
Mr. Stroud.
Well, I'd like to ask our county attorney's comments on that last statement real quick before I make my following statement.
On whether or not there's a date on, I'm not familiar with the case that he's talking about. I can tell you that generally under Virginia law, courts recognize an easement by necessity for certain purposes for people who in fact are landlocked. There are other, when pieces are cut off of other parcels, there's a statute that says we assume they intended to give. There are a bunch of remedies for that, but I can't speak directly to that case because I haven't read it that he's talking about.
But was this property cut off from another? Was there a parent tract?
Many, many, many years ago, over 100 years ago.
There is my recollection is there is a statute on point to that. But that's for them to figure out.
Right. So the thing is people end up acquiring parcels in this county. I know a number of them that are landlocked. And whenever you end up with a piece of property that's landlocked, it's like whenever you acquire that, you acquired a piece of property with a problem. I mean, that's something that you resolve, ahead of time before you acquire it, unless maybe somebody passed away and you ended up with it through a family, through a will or something like that. And then in instances that I'm aware of, there are other adjacent properties. So there's other ways to get into it besides just one.
No, unfortunately, that's not correct here. There's only one way into this.
In this particular piece.
There's only one public right of way. I mean, that's not entirely fair. If we were able to negotiate with essentially 7 or 8 additional property owners to go to a completely different road on a completely different side, yes, it's certainly not impossible for us to have reached a public right of way from another location. But that, we could bring up a map, but it would be extremely difficult.
But you bought this property, or you're leasing this property knowing the problem exists. So that means that you either expected the landowner not to say nothing, or you expected, to try to get that landlocked property going through the courts.
That's right. And that's for the courts to decide.
I have been interested in properties that are landlocked to purchase for myself, but I didn't because of the burden it would be to go to court to get the judge to make that decision. But it seems like you bought this property with a problem, but you didn't solve the problem, but you want us to give you a special exemption and then try to solve the problem.
Well,
You solved the problem before you asked for a special exemption.
The condition requires access, and we would
Mr.
be
Chairman,
obligated to get that
I'm not
access.
sure that the inquiry into whether or not an individual knew they had a problem or not is proper for this hearing. We don't know the facts of that. We don't know what the landowner knew when they bought it. We don't know if they thought they had it. It was in their title. I think he said that there was a right-of-way referenced in the deed to the landowner, and it could have been that the new neighbor said, no, you don't have it, and I'm going to fight you over it. So I don't know if that inquiry is where the board should be going on this. What I can tell you is the condition that they've offered is they can't move forward unless they resolve that issue within 4 years. That's what they have offered to the board, if you like the case or don't like the case. But I don't know that we can get into what was in the landowner's mind.
So we're here for this special exemption. I get that. But that's why I was asking those questions.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to jump on that. I'm not going to mention, because I'm hearing the word eminent domain in my mind when I hear what you're talking about. And my concern is originally of all the, some of the solar projects, when you explain the community shared solar, I was more for it against it, but now I'm 100% against it, especially the way this was moved on the agenda to make sure you get federal subsidies, which means the United States taxpayers paying to make your solar project viable. And because of the big, beautiful bill, that money is going to go away unless you meet deadlines. And the summer of 2026 is an important one. So it's not our job to make sure you get your federal subsidies. That I feel very strongly about that. And rushing this, and I didn't even that night be able to answer all the questions about your stormwater, your security fencing, your lighting. I still have issues with the project. So I mentioned earlier in my board report about being part of the community. I'm not liking this part. It kind of rings to me that you're not being part of the community. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, continue, sir.
So I just want to clarify the development activities and what we're proposing to the condition proposing that we cannot move forward with the project without this legal easement. That's saying this special exception permit is the first land use approval needed. Then we go to a site plan review process where they review our technical documents as far as the stormwater, the security fencing, the things you're referencing in great detail from an engineer. So we're just asking to allow us to get to that phase. There will be no site work. There will be no construction on the access road until this easement situation is figured out.
I know Mr. Stroud wants to talk, and Mr. Chair, I'm jumping in, but I was here when I insisted about this special use permit, and it was to make sure that the board and the residents had 100% buy-in to the site plan, talking about it and the effect on the community. And I think what you're proposing is jumping over that intention so that you can get it locked in to get this federal money. That's what it looks like to me, whether right or wrong, and I don't think it's right.
Mr. Stroud.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So back to the county attorney. Sir, does the special exemption being approved, will that, in your opinion, sway the opinion of the court whenever the legal action's taken to get the easement. In other words, if they have to go to court to get the easement or to get this from the landowner, will us granting a special exemption sway the decision one way or the other?
I'm not sure how it would be relevant. I'm thinking as you're asking the question, I don't even know that it could be introduced into evidence. He says yes, but I'm trying to think how it would be relevant in an access case. Well, I can say it should. I can't say that a judge won't be persuaded, but it shouldn't be persuasive to a court.
Thanks, sir. Because, so I'm not against the solar, so I'm for bringing more energy. I'm not sure that solar is the best energy. It's not a bad energy, it's energy. So I'm not against the project. I'm for the project. But I'm against going across somebody's land without their permission. I am against that. So I hear what the attorney, what our county attorney says, you have 4 years to resolve it. So, and with that, I'm confident, I believe that it can't go forward unless you are able to work something out with the property owner. So it sounds like to me that our decision regarding the special exception doesn't have any bearing on what happens with the property owner. We're not trouncing on the property owner because that's what I don't want to do. Okay, I respect property owners' rights, and I don't want that. I don't want anything that I do to trounce on their rights. But I'm not against the solar project. I just don't want to do anything that would hurt their rights in the process.
Sir, I was walking around Fox Run subdivision where I met the young lady in the back, and I was selling this project because of the benefit to the community. No, I wasn't selling anything. I thought it was a good idea because the community could benefit from it because you get a discounted rate on your power. In Fox Run, I probably told 100 people that. So now the problem came up with the easement, and now you have made me feel stupid.
I apologize for that. Just to address just two things, and like I said, I know I'm kind of beating this point in the ground, but the receiving this special exception permit does not lock in our incentive XYZ. We are just trying to, like I said, get through. If we don't get this approval, we can't move to the next phase, which is a very long, detailed review process of the technical documents. It does not involve site work. So essentially, I'm trying to say this project will live and die on this easement situation. You granting this approval now just allows us to try and prepare for the situation if we successfully obtain an easement or successfully negotiate an agreement. If we do not, the project doesn't go anywhere. So I'm just trying to allow us.
Here's the issue.
Okay.
The issue is by me saying yes, I allow you to basically go legal and go after one of my citizens for the next 4 years to drain her bank accounts. That's how I have to look at it. I have to look at this thing holistically around the whole thing. Yeah, I am all for it. I brought it up the last time. I was like, we've done things or we've approved things contingent upon things being taken care of. But this is different for me now because she's going to have to pay that gentleman sitting next to her, if she can afford it, for the next 4 years, or until you guys find a legal loophole in a sense to force her to do it. I don't know if I want to put her through that. And that's why what you're hearing from us is, I appreciate the work you put into it. What you're hearing from us is we were very adamant about that the easement issue, when we were setting the agenda with Matt, and me and Ms. Smoke setting the agenda, I was like, they called up, they're back off. And I was like, well, there's no reason for them to be on there without this easement issue taken care of, because that's how I have to, I feel, I know there's also one of my constituents who owns the land who wants a solar farm, right? Their way to do it. But that doesn't mean their rights ended her rights. And, you know, and you're asking me for you guys to seek the legal dogs on it. I'm just having a hard time.
No, I would just like to touch on that, because that's not our goal here. We're not trying to get in a legal battle. This is kind of our last ditch effort. I don't know if it was discussed at the previous meeting. I know there were some claims that we hadn't spoken to the landowner, but I was trying to reach out to the landowner for multiple months, wasn't successful. So I ended up getting in touch with their son. We had plenty of conversations, text chains, calls. And then I eventually got to speak with this landowner. It was back in April. I have voicemails. We have emails sending them this information. This was all pre-legal action. There was no attorney involved. This was me explaining our project. Here's what we plan to do. Here's our intended improvements. We intend to maintain all the costs and maintenance associated with the road. We're happy to provide you any tree trimming along your road, give you any excess gravel if you need gravel. So there was plenty of conversations that prior to this, before any legal attorneys got involved. And then at that June 3rd meeting, I basically said, hands up, I'm not gonna, it sounds like she brought up concerns that I wasn't aware of. We're gonna go the legal attorney route. So we had our attorney as well as their attorney try and connect for multiple months. There was no response to any of our discussions and or offers. So there was no opportunity to, give or take on either side. And that's where it came to. And we've made it clear multiple times that we do not want to pursue legal action. We're happy to work it out, but there's been no response. So that's where we're at.
Will. Has she stated her objections? What is your interpretation of her objections to the easement?
We received no formal response to any objections or we didn't get any information back.
Has she just simply said no, she's not going to give the easement, or has there been any kind of negotiation at all in terms of, hey, if you do this, I will be okay with this? Or
not since the June 3rd meeting when she brought up her issues. Prior, we were discussing different options, and I didn't feel a lot of pushback and or contention about the easement topic. That's why I was a little caught off guard at the last meeting when that came about. So I don't know the clear reasons.
have you or your attorney or both been in contact with her attorney? I mean, she's not paying him for nothing. I mean, there's got to be some kind of interaction going on.
Sorry, could you repeat that one more time? I apologize.
Yeah, have you or your attorney been in contact with her or her attorney?
Yes.
I assume she's, okay, then how's that going? I mean, are you sitting at a table staring at each other? There's got to be some kind of conversation.
No, there was no response. We haven't gotten in a room. These are email exchanges.
No,
We made a formal offer and we received no response.
I'm sorry, say that again?
We made a formal offer in writing to compensate and manage the easement. We received no response.
So is there any more information that you can provide us before we hear from the other folks? Because you just keep going down the same path. We know what you did, what you tried to do. Is there anything else besides going around in circles?
Now, I just want to say I don't believe we're being unreasonable. I don't think that we're asking more than we're looking for here. The reason we are talking about upgrading the existing road and widening it to 20 feet is to comply with the fire codes that are part of our proposed conditions. We would be upgrading an existing farm road that I just drove down it today. It definitely needs some maintenance. And all I can say is that we've talked with the other landowners that have access to that road, and they're supportive of us upgrading the road and using it for legal access.
Mr. Chair, I actually spoke to the easement landowner twice last week, and she had no idea this was going to be on the agenda. And if I didn't talk to her, she might not have known. She called and asked me, very upset about it. So, I don't think it's fair that if she hadn't had a conversation with me, she wouldn't even have known to be here. And that's not right. And you wanted a decision for me, because I will tell, I was in that agenda meeting and I was like, why is this on here? Because you want an action on it and we haven't had it brought back before. So like other folks like Green Energy Venture or Dahlgren West, they come back multiple times for presentations, and the special exemption process was supposed to be so that there was give and take to have the best deal. And we only get one bite of the apple. And we saw that during the Amazon deal, that if you don't do it right at that time, you could get a crappy deal. And, the community share solar is a great idea to be able to allow the residents next door to get money back. But you talked about fire standards. Have you seen some of the articles and videos about solar farm fires in Morrow County, Ohio, and other locations? And you talked that this easement is for fire regulations to be able to get fire trucks in there. And
In case of a fire.
correct, which has happened, correct, in
There's
other
been fires
localities.
everywhere. I mean, what?
Mr. Chairman,
But I'm just saying, I just don't think what you're trying to ask is the right process today. And there's a lot more questions I would like to ask you, and I'm not comfortable voting for a special use permit that is set in stone if we vote on it tonight, the requirements right now, without having a full vetting of your project.
Mr. Collins?
so we've heard from this gentleman, the attorney. There's no other information they can provide other than keep telling us the same thing. Can we move on to the property owner who would like to speak?
Could I just ask one? She's mentioned she has multiple questions and didn't get to all of her questions last time. Would you like to ask any of those questions, or?
I will, but I would like to hear from the property owner first.
I'm just a little confused. What, at the public hearing, why?
Because,
Mr. Chairman, can we cut this off?
yeah, that's what I was going to say. I'll make a motion right now to reject your proposal. Let's hear from
I'm
the
just
easement.
asking. I wasn't trying to.
Look, how much, you want to answer some questions, it's all right.
No. I just wanted to
So
field the questions.
yeah,
If she has them.
Let's do your questions. The gentleman standing here. Let's ask him the questions. You got some other information you want to bring to the table, and then we'll hear from you. Okay.
All right, I'm going to go down. There's several questions here. Hold on. One of the things in our comp plan, it says a goal for utilities within the county is laid out in the comp plan. We'll research and develop strategies to attract and support green energy such as solar and wind while balancing preservation of environmental resources. So my question, you mentioned it earlier, one of the questions is on stormwater. I didn't see enough on your stormwater mitigation, especially the creeks and rivers that are not on your property, but there are ones near it, and your stormwater retention ponds. How do they affect those creeks on other adjoining properties?
Yep, happy to answer that. And this was actually on my list. I know you asked about that last time. One of your questions was about the sheeting equation and the sheet flow.
Yes.
I confirm that we are using a SCS TR20 model, which is model recommended by the NRCS. And it does, in fact, factor sheet flow. And then your other question about the pond. So I think there was some confusion. I apologize if I misspoke. We would be proposing detention ponds, not retention ponds. So those detention ponds would not have sitting water. I think there was a gentleman that asked about mosquitoes, and you asked about the creeks. So these would be, they would drain over time, or there would never be standing water for, more than a couple minutes. And that water would be released to the existing creeks, and the release rate would be based on the release rate would be based on the controlled before the pre-development conditions. So essentially going back to the
Thank you. And then my next,
Chairman, I'm sorry, Ms. Benner, I didn't know you weren't.
did you want to ask on that one? Because
No, I was going to actually make a motion. I was going to ask the chairman if I could make a motion, but go ahead.
I'll ask the other questions and then you can make a motion. That works for me. So the security fence around the perimeter of the solar equipment and panels. My question on the 6 feet, Fox Run is a neighborhood. They have teenagers in it. Teenagers like to climb. I used to coach teenagers, and sometimes you can't keep them off things you can climb. So I think it needs to be a little higher to, kind of an attractive nuisance, because you could tell kids all day long, especially teenage, but they're still going to do it.
Understood.
And-
Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say we're happy to accommodate whatever height you'd like.
Thank you. And then transformers, is there any transformers or substations on the property?
There's no substations. There's transformers as part of the pole lineup on the property.
Okay. And are they adequately protected from people tampering with them?
Correct. There would be behind the security fence, as well as they'd be locked. The utility locks those.
And then I've heard this in other projects that they have security lighting in data centers and in solar farms. What kind of security lighting do you have? And is it directed maybe that neighbors could be affected by it?
We don't propose any lighting on our projects unless someone specifically asks us for security purposes, but we don't typically provide any lighting.
Okay, thank you. I know in other areas they do have that. And then you have the solar facility setback. I know other communities, and it was proposed a long time ago when we worked on our ordinances, that you have in there, it was 100 feet, that maybe 100 yards or 300 feet is more appropriate. Would that be not viable on this project?
Moving the setbacks to 100 or 300 feet?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it would. I mean, it would affect the current design and everything it would affect the current capacity that is with the utility that's already been paid, et cetera.
Okay, thank you. And then you just talked about storage, the used panels on the site, and how big are them, and why I'm pointing this out. If you go down Route 17, all the way down, I've traveled a couple of times this year, and there's quite a large solar farms, and they have all their panels. They have containers there, but then they have panels just stacked up everywhere. So, it's unsightly. It's kind of not what people say that they're going to do. Is how can we be assured that you're not just going to stack them up and that you're going to actually properly dispose of these used solar panels?
So we have a construction laydown staging area that would be, properly screened. And that would be where all that occurred. I don't know. I mean, we could agree to not stack the panels there, but I don't know what else I could do at this point to.
And then you talked about the tax revenue. It's not very much. I mean, $250,000 over 40 years is really not much. The benefit is potentially to the Fox Run community and probably the residents across the street that could the community across the street that's in my district that could get the tax revenue. But my concern was for the life of the project, are those values that you're citing 2025 values, like what is the refresh rate, for these panels? And then the biggest thing for me is to make sure those panels, number one, are not foreign adversaries made them, and the contents of those solar panels do not come from a foreign adversary.
I believe I shared the panel specs previously, but I'm happy to send those back over. They're tier 1 modules. They're produced in, I believe the ones we're using are the Canadian solar. So I think they're actually produced in Canada. I think some components are built here in the US. I'll confirm with you that I don't know the exact breakdown and confirm right now that there's none from foreign sources.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Collins?
could I make a motion, please?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion to deny special exception Z 2024-00219.
Second.
Motion properly seconded for discussion. The only thing I will say is this to you, is that I don't know whether or not you guys made a reasonable offer, and I'm sure that you did. And I'm not saying that there shouldn't become an agreement here that they can come to make this decision better. I'm not going to say that, but I will say, Mr. Stroud, how do you vote?
Could I just ask if, no.
There's a motion on the tables.
Mr. Stroud, how you vote?
Aye.
Bender?
Aye.
Mr. Collins?
Aye.
Mr. Sullins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, you're up.
Thank you very much.
Now we're up to the Board of Directors.
We're on the Board of Directors. Can I have a motion, and this is for the Service Authority, can I have a motion of the consent agenda?
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Do I have a second? We have a motion properly second. Any further discussion? By roll call vote. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Collins?
Aye.
Tully?
Aye.
Mr. Davis?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion carries. Next up, we have a public hearing on the Presidential Village Pump Station acquisition of necessary property rights. Mr. Bryce Young has a presentation. I got to find my public hearing notice, which is somewhere in this paperwork that was put on the desk. It's in the bottom of the folder. I will find it in a second. I'll let Mr. Bryce Young give his presentation, and then I'll read the verbiage. And one thing I know I brought up earlier about eminent domain, and this could be thought to some folks as eminent domain, but it is a little bit different, because if you could speak to how we did try to find somebody to work an agreement out, but unfortunately, there is no HOA that we could find, and this is the remedy in the end that you have to do. Go ahead, Mr. Young.
That is correct. And good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm presenting the Presidential Village Pump Station acquisition of necessary property rights. This resolution will allow the engineering department on behalf of the Service Authority to proceed with the acquisition of necessary real property rights through eminent domain. This property.
Mr. Young, just to make sure we're doing this legally right, I will read the public notice and then you can continue. The King George County Board of Supervisors will now hold a public hearing that has been properly advertised to receive public input regarding the Presidential Village Pump Station. And is that all I need to do, Mr. Stewart?
Madam Chair, I think you can just note that the parcel descriptions are found on the resolution, which is the next page of the slide, I think, Jackie. Yeah. They give accurate descriptions of the parcel.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Young.
This resolution will allow the engineering department on behalf of the Service Authority to proceed with the acquisition of necessary real property rights through eminent domain. This property is needed to upgrade the Presidential Village Pump Station to proceed with the Perkins Corner Wastewater Treatment Plant decommissioning. This last resort process is necessary because the organization that owns this property is defunct and cannot reasonably be reinstated to grant property rights on its own. All other options have been exhausted. Staff recommended action is for the Board of Directors to proceed with a resolution approving public use and authorizing the acquisition of necessary property rights by eminent domain per county attorney's approval.
Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Young? I know he reached out to everybody previously to have a discussion about this matter. Is there any questions, board members? All right. I will now bring up, is there any, well, let me read my script about public comment. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker to ensure everyone has an opportunity to speak. Please state your name and address before your comment. Upon completion of public comment, I will bring the matter back to the board for consideration. Is there anybody in the audience that would like to come up and give public comment on this particular matter? Anna Marie?
Hi, my name is Ana Maria Lobo. I want to know tonight, why are you calling Presidential Village? The Presidential Lakes passes through this place. This is the inaugural, just like the Project Fate. The builders built this place and they left it there. It's like a dump. But I asked the Presidential Lakes people why they calling like that. They don't understand why you calling Presidential Village. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna Marie. I think Mr. Young can address that when, hold on, let me finish public comment and then you can address it. Does anybody else like to give up and give public comment? Is there anybody online? Mr. Dines, I know you're in the back now.
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you. It's like the voice from beyond. Got to get used to that. All right, we'll close with a public comment. Has anybody received any correspondence on this matter? All right, we will close public comment. Mr. Young, could you address Ms. Lavelle's comment?
Yes, ma'am. Presidential Village was a separate entity from the Presidential Lakes, and that entity is the one that actually went defunct and is no longer in service or instated. So that's the reason it's named Presidential Village versus Presidential Lakes. It's not actually a part of Presidential Lakes. It's a separate parcel and separate owners.
Thank you for that clarification. So do I have a motion on this matter? And I will close public hearing. Can we bring up the resolution, Mr. Dines? This is our second go around the public hearing because the first time we had some issues with some of the stuff online. We had some internet issues. So this would be the second public hearing on this matter. Do I have a motion? Can you read it? Or Mr. Sullins, are you?
You don't have to read it, Madam Chair. It was publicized on the agenda. It's just a motion to adopt the resolution as presented.
Madam Chair,
Mm-hmm.
I propose that we approve the resolution approving public use and authorizing acquisition of necessary property rights by eminent domain per county attorney's approval as presented at the board meeting tonight.
We have a motion properly second. I will do roll call vote. Mr. Robotham? Aye. Mr. Collins?
Aye.
Mr. Sullins?
Aye.
Mr. Davis?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion passes. Next up is Perkins Corner change order number 1. Mr. Young?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm presenting change order number 1 for the King George wastewater improvements. During the submittal process, the following items were identified as beneficial and necessary changes to the project. A concrete extension at the screening and grinding area of the wastewater treatment plant to accommodate for a dumpster rather than a trash can. Additional electrical at the UV treatment area of the wastewater treatment plant. A breaker correction at the Perkins Corner pump station. Soft starters at the Perkins Corner pump station. Alternative pump selection at the high school pump station to accommodate for power restraints at the pump station. This change order will be funded by contingency funds within the ARPA DEQ grant. As an amendment to the change order, the breaker correction at the Perkins Corner pump station item has been reduced by $4,087 through value engineering efforts. This brings the amended total of all of these items combined to $59,874.95. Staff recommended action is to authorize the Service Authority General Manager to execute change order 1 to the agreement with American Contracting and Environmental Services in the amount of $59,874.95.
Mr. Young, could you read that again? Because that wrong out. Mr. Davis is trying to write it down. Can you read that amount again?
$59,874.95.
And I would just want the public to know that what you negotiated, value engineering, was after the agenda was put out to the public. So that's why there's a different amount there.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. And staff recommends moving on this action to prevent any costly delays in construction.
Mr. Young, to clarify, this has to do with probably what will be very soon the last consent order that is open concerning the decommissioning of Perkins Corner. And this is all from ARPA funds, correct?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Do I have any questions on it? Any board members? Mr. Collins, do you have a question?
So just to be clear, this has to do with the closing of the plant?
Yes, these items particularly are involved in the upgrading of the infrastructure to close the Perkins Corner wastewater treatment plant. The treatment plant items that were named are for the upgrade of the hop yard facility.
But weren't they put out in the original bid document?
These were items found that needed modifying through the submittal process.
They weren't in the original bid document.
They were in some cases. There are multiple items there, and in many cases, it's just slight tweaks to the bid documents to give us a better product.
They are a change in scope.
Was $59,000 ARPA funds.
Yes, sir. This is a less than 1% change to the project.
So it wasn't put out in the bid documents, decided to change it. Somebody decided to change it along the way.
These were slight discrepancies found in the bid documents, and these happen on this size of project due to the sheer scope of the project.
So here we are again, change order. More money. That's seems to be King George way. I'm making a statement. I'm not talking to you, Mr. Young. Seems King George way, just to have a project and then have a whole bunch of change orders.
Mr. Collins, you can remember Mr. Young and his staff and all the staff, in the last year has done a really hard work to make sure we, number one, could save that money and get the proper documents through DEQ and approved. And unfortunately, our past general manager probably should have been doing this work 2 years prior to last year, but things could have been missed because of the wanting to make sure we assured that. That's not an excuse, but.
What happens if you don't approve the change order?
This could cause costly delays, and we will not make the ARPA money.
So you tell me that these,
And violation of the consent order if that plant is not decommissioned by January 1st of 2027.
but you said that these are a tweak to the original document, so you'll still close without that money.
Mr. Hamilton, can you please explain why this stuff important to the project?
I'm not sure I have the technical knowledge to address all of this, but I will say, for example, item 1 here, the concrete extension. This is a common issue I've seen at many wastewater plants where the original amount of solid waste produced by the press might be what would fit in a 55-gallon trash can. And the routine is for some human to lift that trash can eventually and put it in a dumpster. And then eventually the dumpster gets picked up and hauled away and taken to the landfill. At some point, you're going to produce enough solid waste that a human being can't lift the 55-gallon trash can. So this is something that probably could have been anticipated in the design. Some of the issues related to the electrical service there could have been anticipated in the design, in my opinion. I certainly wasn't here. But I will also say I've done at least $1 billion of construction in my career related to things like this. And honestly, a change order that results in less than 1% of the value of a contract is not unusual. I realize it looks bad when you expect to be able to bid it and hold to that price. But frankly, with a project of this scale and this scope, there are almost always things that were not anticipated, no matter how good the design engineer was or the general manager that may have reviewed the design. This is extremely technical process information here.
May I comment, Mr. Chair?
I would have advocated for
Mr. Hamilton, thank you. Could you just explain something to me? And
sir.
So right now it's going into large trash cans. Then a human being is picking up stuff.
Well, that was the original design.
That's the original. So then and someone has to pick it up and then take it and dump it into the dumpster.
Yep.
And what we're basically doing is instead of having to have human beings handle this waste material, it's just we're taking a step out and it's going to go directly into the dumpster now.
Correct. And you need concrete to support the dumpster. I've recently worked somewhere where they had a plant where they were dumping it into the trash can, and the trash can had to be lifted up a series of 15 or 20 steps to get where it's accessible to a dumpster that can be picked up by a truck. And unfortunately, when the plant's not staffed on a 3-day weekend, they would produce so much solid waste that it would overflow the trash can and end up all over the floor. And then somebody had to clean it up, pick it up, and then carry it up the steps in the snow and ice to a dumpster. So I haven't seen this particular addition to the plans, but I'm just saying, like I said, this is not unusual. This is a very, very small change order that is not costing King George anything other than additional grant money. I realize that there may be a history of this, but again, when you do large scale construction projects, there's almost always something somebody did not anticipate. As I was starting to say, I would have advocated for different electrical service, but it would have required a significant amount more money and quite a bit of time that we don't have. This has to be done by January 1st, 2027. And if we don't get these new pumps ordered promptly, we won't have them. And then the contractor will ask for delays. We won't meet the consent decree. And that will create other issues that will likely cost far more than $60,000.
Mr. Solons?
Right. So I know we've kind of dropped anchor on the concrete padding and stuff. And I mean, looking at the invoice or the spreadsheet here, that's really small potatoes compared to some of the other stuff. I think most of the cost is coming from the upgraded electrical panel, the soft starters, and some of the other stuff, right?
Yes, sir.
And you explained to me before when we met last week why it's important to have those and how it extends the life of the very expensive components we're putting in there. Do you mind running through that again so that it makes sense? And before he does that, I'm going to echo what Dan said. One of my degrees is in systems engineering, and there's a concept in systems engineering called system darkness. Sometimes you just don't know what you don't know when you're dealing with a very complex system like this. And you're going to have emergent things that pop out, and I mean, back home we would call it an oh crap moment or some variation of that. But yeah, you're going to find things that you didn't account for. And I think this is one of those. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
No problem. The soft starters will help prolong the life of the pumps as well as save energy. And over the lifetime of the pumps and soft starters, they should pay for themselves by saving maintenance as well as energy cost and downtime.
So, Ms.
Yes, hold on, Mr. Collins. I just want to make one comment and I'll go back to you. But Mr. Solons, were you done?
When we talked, you said that these things would probably extend the life of those components by something like 20-25%, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So that in and of itself is quite a savings.
Yes.
And Mr. Young, before Mr. Collins, is the incident last year we saw in the Rapidan Service Authority with their pumps and electrical service and all the research from 2 universities that they flew in, and everyone in the state of Virginia getting their researching the pump stations and electrical work. It is important that we do this right, because that caused, it turned out to be something with WD-40 in the end. And what is the makeup of WD-40, but making sure we have the right electrical work, because it was an electrical problem in the end of the pump station. So seeing that as an example, we have to make sure we do what's proper, learning from past mistakes of other localities, or not even mistakes, just past incidents, because it was just an unforeseen occurrence that nobody even thought about, but the smart minds from some universities figured it out after many weeks and a lot of upset by the public. But Mr. Collins.
So, you know, this should have been included in the bid documents. I mean, it's not like you didn't know you wanted this or to do this, to come along in the 5th hour and say, okay, now we need to do this. You know, it might just be $59,000, but in many change orders that have come through this on this table in the last 4 years, I could buy every piece of property in James Monroe District. So I just get so tired of these change orders. So just on the merit alone of not having the proper thing done, I'm going to say no, but I'm sure the rest of them will say yes.
All right, does anybody have any other questions for where we proceed on?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Go ahead.
I can make a motion to authorize the general manager to exceed change order 1 to the agreement with American Contracting Environmental Services for $59,874.95, funded by contingency funds within the DEQ ARPA funds. Staff recommends proceeding with this action to avoid any costly construction delays.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion probably second. Any further discussion? By roll call vote, Mr. Robotham?
Aye.
Mr. Collins?
No.
Mr. Solons?
Aye.
Mr. Davis?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Young. Next up is SA 042025, resolution for SEI Systems East. Mr. Dan Hamilton, General Manager.
I believe this is just an administrative issue. As I understand it, SEI Systems East has been our purveyor for our SCADA system, which is supervisory control and data acquisition. It's basically a remote way to monitor our pump stations and storage, water storage, and things like that out in the various systems. The company has changed from an incorporated business entity to an LLC. And this is just, as I said, an administrative necessity that we authorize this transaction to change, and I believe Senator Stewart reviewed it.
It's just assigning it to the new entity.
Yep.
So it's just a formal assignment.
Basically just so the finance people can send the check to somebody different than was on the original purchase order.
Does anybody have any questions on this matter? All right, can I entertain a motion?
I move that item number SA-10-04 be approved as presented.
Second.
We have a motion properly seconded. Any further discussion? But did we have in the general manager sign? I'm sorry, I didn't totally hear that. Did we have the signee too on that? I just want to make sure. Was that in the motion? Make the general manager sign? Or do we need to do that? Do we need to make sure the general manager signed, Okay, I just want to make sure. I didn't hear the whole motion when it was first said.
Can't listen to both of you at the same time.
I just wanted, I didn't totally
Try to
hear.
tie an action to it.
Yes.
By sometimes we'll say the county attorney will sign or the county administrator.
Mhm.
Will sign. He just would like you to.
I just want to make sure we do it right. Could you amend your motion?
Right, I will amend my motion. I move that we approved item number SA-10-04 and have it assigned to the general manager
To sign?
to sign.
Yeah. Thank you. A motion properly second. Any further discussion? By roll call vote, Mr. Robotham?
Aye.
Mr. Collins?
Aye.
Mr. Sullins?
Aye.
Mr. Davis?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion carries. Next up is the general manager's report. Mr. Dan Hamilton.
All right, good evening, everybody. My name is Dan Hamilton. I'm the general manager of the King George County Service Authority. I'm going to try to be brief. It's getting late, and I know we have a lot of other important business this evening. I do want to mention two things. One is Chair Binder mentioned PFAS, or polyfluorinated alkaline substances. That's an extremely complex topic. If anybody would like to discuss this with me, please reach out to me outside of the scope of this meeting. PFAS, as Ms. Binder mentioned, is something that's been around for 90 or 100 years. It is definitely a man-made chemical agent, basically, that bioaccumulates. And I tell people this often, but basically what's happening is the technology to test for things and identify them in the environment is not keeping up with the technology to necessarily be able to treat them or remove them. And this is a case where there are regulations coming that will require us to test for these materials, these pollutants, frankly, that are in everyday items, including, as she mentioned, waterproofing on your shoes. If you think of the nonstick coating on your frying pan, that very likely has PFAS substances in it. So that's something we can address outside of this. The second thing I wanted to mention is, Ms. Lovell, I wanted to thank you for your kind remarks. I hear you and hear you often, and I appreciate them. I'm grateful. I don't want to let you folks down. It is my intention. The number one goal is to protect the public health. Number two is to protect the safety of our staff and employees, and also protect the environment. I hear you when you mention the use of envelopes to pay back, return your bill pays. As I mentioned in our last meeting, we have moved forward with the change from the existing payment system that coordinates through the treasurer's office to collect money. It did not offer an auto pay option. It also did not a over the phone payment option. It was creating a lot of problems. Effective November 1st, we've made that transition, or we've signed the paperwork to make that transition. We've coordinated that with finance and the treasurer's office. We will be using Muni Billing, who are the people who print the bills. They will now receive the payments and make regular electronic transfers directly to the treasurer's office. They will also immediately update the account when the payments are made, and they have the ability to do auto pay and also collect over the phone payments. We have had a lot of complaints about that. Also, we are going to offer people to sign up for paperless billing. If they do that, they will not get mailed a bill with an envelope, because I'm all about saving the paper. It saves the trees. It saves the money in the printing. But for those of you who aren't here, who I've heard in other meetings, we of course will always take payments in person, either at the treasurer's office and or you can mail them in. But it's much more efficient to do it electronically. So that's really from last meeting. Just to give you a couple of brief highlights of things that have happened in the last couple of weeks. Since I started here in late July, I've been tracking the number of water leaks that we have reported and repaired. I think we're up to 15 since the 21st of July. So we're talking about 5 a month on average. I have no historical data on this, so I don't know what we had in the past, but I can tell you we've had 3 since we met 3 weeks ago. So I'm just going to report that regularly so you all know what we're up against. We also do have one issue that we're trying to resolve with the Department of Environmental Quality. There's a pretreatment study that's required related to industrial users in the Dahlgren system. So in Bowdoin, our contract operators is coordinating a survey that involves a document that asks significant industrial users what types of activities they're undergoing in their facilities, and it has an impact on the planning and the reporting that we do for the Department of Environmental Quality. So if you board members happen to receive an inquiry about that, this is a voluntary issue, but we do need to do this research. It's part of our permit requirements and something that DEQ has, needs us to do promptly. You mentioned also, Chair Bender, that there have been some meetings with the Department of Environmental Quality. They are the regulators that handle really all of the wastewater regulations that we're faced with. As you mentioned in the last meeting, we recently got one of the 3 consent orders terminated. That was very good news. The second consent order that identifies pump station improvements that need to be made around the county. I believe there are 5 pump stations that needed significant work, either emergency backup, power generators, change in pumps, things like that. We've been able to have 2 of those reclassified. So we're down to only 3 that need attention to comply with that consent order. I anticipate it's going to take another 6 or 8 months to resolve those issues. 2 of them are going to require easements and land transfers, and I'm not sure if Bryce is still here. He is. He could elaborate. The other one is going to require some physical upgrades, but that means a savings of money, a savings of time, and it means there's a light at the end of the window related to that consent.
And Mr. Hamilton, since people watch the Service Authority part very diligently, is those reclassifications are nothing. It's just one of them is only has one owner, and it doesn't make sense for us to put everything in it. Could you explain a little bit more why we asked for the declassification or reclassification?
If these were considered a Class 1 type facility, we would be required to put in upgraded electronic controls and a backup generator. To do that for a facility that serves 1 residence or 2 or 3 is an extraordinary expense and just is not efficient. Also, one of those locations is very close to the Potomac River, and I am vehemently opposed personally to installing an emergency generator or an emergency backup generator and other equipment like that in a place that's prone to flooding. I think that's a disaster waiting to happen in the future. So again, this is sort of an administrative issue in terms of how that's viewed. If you were a private property owner and you had one grinder pump that pumped your septage out of your residence into your septic system, you would not be required to have a backup generator. But because we are an agency and an authority of the general public, there was the interpretation that some of these devices that we don't even think we own, and that's unclear, would require that type of investment. So
DEQ did agree with us, and I saw the letter, did send us a letter saying that they agreed with our.
They approved our request for the reclassification to a Class 2, which changes the parameters of what we do. We still will install audio and visual alarms on these pump stations, and we'll wire up to have an emergency generator that can be connected in the event of an outage within 36 hours, something we can rent or we can own. But again, it saves us putting a lot of infrastructure in a very remote place that really serves no purpose or a very limited purpose.
And
something we
were,
probably shouldn't be responsible for in any case, because in my opinion, they're privately owned.
Right, and these were part of that first consent order from 2018. This is what is left. I think it was called the superseding consent order. So
Yes, ma'am.
go ahead, Mr. Hamilton.
All right. So if there are any other questions about that, just a couple other quick things. One is I attended a workshop with the Virginia Department of Health at the end of the week before last, and there were 7 or 8 agencies there basically providing educational opportunities about grant funding and loan opportunities that are available to agencies like ours, like the Service Authority here in King George. There was staff there from Stafford County. There was staff there from other counties nearby. There is a lot of available resources that may be able to help us pay for things like preliminary engineering reports, rate studies, leak surveys, things like that. And I'm going to definitely be pursuing those opportunities. It was an excellent networking, just face-to-face contact with people from the state of Virginia and other agencies supported by the state of Virginia to let us know what type of programs are out there. One of the other outcomes that came from that is there is a organization called Virginia Warn, which utilities can enroll in for free, which creates a mutual aid agreement where the legal paperwork is taken care of ahead of time. This has been around for about 15 years. It was prepared, I believe, originally by Aqua Law, which is a well-known legal practice in Richmond, and there are now 100 members or so. But it basically means, like in the event of a hurricane, when you see the power company sending 50 trucks to Georgia to help the people in Georgia out, that's a mutual aid agreement similar to that. This is the same type of thing in the event that there was an emergency and we needed staff resources, equipment resources. We put out an alert, and member utilities, if they have the resources available, they can offer to send them to us. And of course, we would have to compensate them at that time for the cost of that equipment. And sometimes it's done for free. Also, if there are urgent parts that we need that are difficult to obtain, sometimes you need things in this industry that are very specific to one facility, i.e. a certain style of pump or valve or something like that. You don't have it, you don't stock it, you need it, and it's going to take 6 months to get one, to have it made. You can reach out to these other utilities and they offer, hey, if we have one, we'll send it to you and you purchase the replacement and send it back to them. So I'm going to be coming back to you within the next meeting or two, asking for authorization to join that network, like supported by the Virginia American Water Works Association and some other agencies. I think it would be a real asset to us. I actually had a conversation with Chief Moody from the Fire Service about it as well, because I think it could benefit us in many ways. Lastly, I've enrolled staff in a training class. It's going to involve an outside professional, Mr. Collins, who must be certified by OSHA in order to be able to instruct the staff on trenching and excavation safety. That class is going to take place in about 2 weeks. It's a similar cost to what you heard the fire department spend. As far as I know, not a dime has been spent on training here this year fiscally, and I feel this is very important. And other than that, someone mentioned, Kathy, Ms. Bender, excuse me, I believe it was you, that there was an individual who needed assistance with a well replacement. I will tell you that when I attended that workshop with the Department of Health, there are a number of agencies there that offer grant programs for people of low income who are facing issues related to plumbing, septage, things like that. And although you may not be a customer of the Service Authority, I am more than willing and will always be on the lookout for resources like that. If someone has a problem and needs some help, please refer them to me. I may not have in my memory the name of the agency, but I have the documents and I will find it. And there are things that can be done. We do not want people to be living in a situation where they don't have clean water and they don't have the ability to dispose of wastewater. So with that, I think I've covered everything of significance I wanted to mention tonight. And I thank everybody for your time and attention. And if you have any questions, I'm here to answer.
Does any of the board members have questions? Lee?
Yeah, just one, not really a question, but a comment, I guess, for the, as we update the ability to pay for our customers with the, I think you said come November 1st, that goes into effect. Are we able to, and I'll kind of look towards Miss Southall for this one, are we able to at least put something on the website that kind of makes that clear, like, hey, there's new ways to pay, make sure people know, because I don't want the
we hear a lot of, I didn't hear this, I didn't know about this. This way we have the ability for these people to know, and maybe it directs them right to the website with the 3 different ways they can pay and things like that.
Mr. Hamilton's staff has already reached out with a plan that they're working on, and I will review and we'll make sure everybody is aware of all the things.
Awesome. Thank you.
Just to comment on that as well, I had conversations with staff today about what will be printed on the bills, and we'll be reviewing that, sharing it with Ms. Southall. We will probably do a King George County alert. But to be candid, I don't think people are going to really notice the difference. It's just a question of a different website. It's still administered by the same company that was sending the bill, that will offer you many options. I mean, of course, somebody's going to notice, but there's been so many complaints about what they couldn't do. I'm hoping this is going to resolve those. And I know it's created a lot of work for the treasurer's office as well as our staff of 2 that are trying to process these payments. And as I understand it, I'm still wrapping my mind around this, we bill every other month. So although this takes effect November 1st, it's not likely to be, people aren't going to see it in their bill until the middle of the month when the bills come out. But we had to obviously get out in front of this. We worked out an agreement with the organization that was formally collecting those payments, and it's not going to cost anything to terminate that contract and move forward. So we're going to make every effort to make sure people know. I promise you that we'd like to get paid, and I'm sure they'd like to pay their bill. I can't tell you how many customers, I don't even want to venture a guess, have called and said, why am I getting a delinquent bill? I'm on auto pay. And we said the auto pay went away last December, and they didn't know it. And that's embarrassing for everybody. So this is, like I said, we're just trying to work smarter, not harder here. So thank you for the question, and definitely want to make sure people are aware. Thank you.
Does anybody else have a question? Thank you for your efforts, Mr. Hamilton. And I know AutoPay, all of us have probably received a phone call about that or an email. But I appreciate all the work you've done in that short amount of time. I do, just to clarify something I said in my board comment, and I had a discussion with Mr. Stewart up here. I did look on my phone for the actual bill. It's HB 1908. So that was the bill that Ms. Delegate Kent did last year.
Madam Chair, I think you're referring to the budget amendment.
Yes.
That I actually put in that will require a 3-year study of all the impacts to the Rappahannock River and the York River and that part of the watershed on the Chesapeake Bay, including all of these withdrawals. And then they're going to tell us, hopefully, we can get towards what kind of capacity is left.
Right.
I think
that is too. She sent it to me, and I haven't been able to look at it yet with all the other things reviewed. So thank you for that clarification. I just wanted to make sure the public knew what it was. All right. With that being said, I will open secondary public comment to address meeting items only. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person in order to afford everyone an opportunity to speak. Please provide your full name and district when submitting your public comment so that it can be properly recorded and included in the public record. Would anybody like to come up and give public comment? Is there anybody online, Mr. Dines?
No, Madam Chair.
And then lastly, would you like to give a comment? Thank you, Mr. Dines. Well, we do have one member of the audience I missed. Go ahead, sir.
I just want to call him Marcel Viverberg, Cordy Group. I've actually been in King George for 15 years, and this is my first Board of Supervisor meeting, and I must commend you all. I'm pleasantly surprised. I'm hearing good things. There seems to be a lot of respect for property owner rights when discussing eminent domain, when discussing projects. So I'm very happy to hear that. So congratulations. I want to address a comment of the gentleman over there who has made a comment regarding generators in floodplains. I have a farm. I don't know if you can see it from here, but the red blocks represent not one generator, but 500 generators. You can see that from there. There's a Google shot. It's not a floodplain. It's actually flooded. It is a floodplain. So I'm happy to hear there's concern in the county for these kind of installations. All this water, my water, all this water here, Birchwood Creek, all this water and there seems to be a lot of concern about the river quality water, the quality of the river water, excuse me. All this water, including the exhaust from 500 generators that can burn 2 million gallons of fuel, 2 million gallons of fuel in 24 hours. The exhaust is about yay high. I own one of these generators, one of 1 megawatt. You can't stand within 300 feet of that thing without going nuts. So I can only imagine what 500 would sound like, about 400 feet from my office, about 50 to 60 to 100 feet from our crops. I would like there to be some concern when deciding on this project. And again, I am pleasantly surprised with your concern for property rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Did we have any board members who received any correspondence while we were up here? With that, I'll close public comment. Do I have a motion for adjournment?
Make a motion to adjourn the Board of Directors to Tuesday, October 21st, 2025 at 5:30 in the boardroom of the Rivercomb Building.
So I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries. Mr. Davis, the meeting is now yours.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I've been informed, I believe Sheriff Giles is at a remote location. He is looking to try to call in. Now, you'll notice we do have a new setup with our IT in the back. They would like maybe a 3-minute recess just to bring a laptop out here so Sheriff Giles can call in to answer any questions from the board, if that's okay with you.
Sounds appropriate to me.
Thank you, sir.
So we are in recess for, they say 3 minutes, but we'll make it 5. It turns into 10. Take this out of the sheriff's pay to pay for everybody, yeah. Yeah. All right. So King George County Board of Supervisors will now hold a public hearing that's been properly advertised to receive public input regarding the King George County Code of Ordinances, Chapter 3, Animals, Article 1-5, Ordinance Amendment. Cameras. I will first ask for the staff report. I will then open the floor for public comment. Public comment at that time will be limited to 3 minutes per person. To give everyone a chance to speak, please state your name, the district in which you vote. Upon completion of comments, I will bring the matter back to the board for consideration. So this time, Major Weston, you're up.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I'm here this evening to present to you an ordinance to amend Chapter 3, Animals of the King George County Code of Ordinances to add sections 3-4, 3-5 relating to sterilization, deposits, and rabid animal quarantine. Section 3-4 allows us to collect a cash deposit of $50 required for any animal to be adopted without prior alterations. They will also get this deposit back once they have proof that the animal was spayed or neutered. Along with the rabid animals quarantine, this allows us to hold an animal that's been possible rabid contact, allows us to hold them for up to 10 days at $10 per day. In addition to the amendment that Sheriff Giles presented to the members of the board on September 2nd, 2025, he asked that on page 6 in Chapter 3, the department be changed to office. Furthermore, on page 7, under Section 3-28, redemption or other disposition of impounded animals, subsection B, number 4, which is the boarding fee, $5 a day, Sheriff Giles requested that to be removed for redundancy. Subsection C, numbers 1, 2, and 3 are to raise the charging fees in association with the operation of the county pound. Number 1, the owner fee to retrieve the impounded dog or cat raised from $10 to $20 for the first day and raised from $5 to $10 for each additional day. Number 2, surrender fee for dog or cat is $5 at the pound, and the surrender at the residence of the owner is raised from $10 to $20. Number 3, the adoption fee raised from $10 to $25. These increases are necessary due to the increased cost of gas and to cover costs of the care of the surrendered animals. I'd be happy to answer any questions at this time if you have any.
Does anyone have any questions, Major Weston? No questions. Do I have a motion if we have no questions? Oh, I'm sorry, you're right, we have public comment. All right, we'll open the floor for public comment. Is anyone from the public that'd like to speak? Is there anyone online?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Any correspondence? All right. Seeing none, I will close public comment and open this back up to the board for consideration.
Sir, if I can get this right, I'd like to make a motion that we approve an ordinance to amend Chapter 3 of the Animals of the King George County Code of Ordinances to add sections 3-4 and 3-5 relating to sterilization, deposits, and rabid animals quarantine.
Second.
Motion properly second. Any further discussion? By roll call, Mr. Stroud.
Aye.
Ms. Bender.
Aye.
Mr. Collins.
Aye.
Mr. Sullins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Major Weston.
If I could have one more minute of your time, please.
Yes, sir.
On behalf of Sheriff Giles, we'd like to thank you all for the relationship the Sheriff's Office has with the board and our county administrator. Sheriff and I attend conferences throughout the year and hear a lot of stories about how other jurisdictions and boards don't get along. We want to take this opportunity to let you know how much we appreciate working with each and every one of you.
Thank you, sir, to you and Mr. Giles.
Thank you.
Next up, getting ready, 10-03. Further video website, Ms. Amy Southall, Director of Community Engagement.
Good evening again. I'm just going to do a brief overview of some recent projects that have been completed and some initiatives that we're doing for tourism. So we did launch our new website. So this is the background is playing the video from last year that was funded by a grant from the state. And we now have that front and center so people can see themselves here visiting King George. All of these people in the video from last year, as well as the video that I'm going to show again tonight of the new one from the summer, are members of the community. And so you've got a little brief overview of King George, and then we have everything broken down by different interests. So you can explore nature, history, and trails within the county, as well as wineries and breweries, farms and markets, and festivals and events that we have going on. And then you can get to view all of our different local shops and restaurants. And then the events are also on the homepage. And just for ease, I'm just going to click through tabs because sometimes it takes a while for the pictures and things to load. So hopefully everything should be preloaded. So the Explore page goes more in depth about the history, nature, and trails, but then the video with the actual sound is available here. The history page has an overview of all of our different historical locations. So this references all of the public facilities that are on the National Register of Historic Places. And then we've got our historical trails, our museums, and then we have 14 highway markers. And so this is what each of them say, and then a map with where they are located within the county. For nature, we have an overview, again, map of all the different facilities, all of our parks, and then river access points, and then additionally businesses that offer fishing charters. And for our trails, again, a map as well. And this is an overview of both the historical trails as well as other trails in the county. And then this is where we'll watch the video from this summer. So this is the experience tab. This goes into more about the wineries and breweries, farms and markets and festivals and events, but also has the video from this past summer. Brief overview of this video. This does highlight over 35 businesses in the county. And like I said, there's probably around 100 different people in it that are members of the community, just as we did last year. And it's all volunteer-based of people. And I'm going to hopefully be able to expand this.
Welcome to King George, Virginia, where rural charm offers an escape from the ordinary. Enjoy the charisma of a local coffee shop. Authentic diner classics. Sip and sample the many flavors of the farmer's market. Snack on locally grown produce at a farm store. If you share, you may just make new friends. Discover hidden treasure. And start a new passion along the way. Expand your palate with global flavors made from local ingredients. Gear up to relive a homemade catch. Or indulge in fresh river valleys without the rain. Kick back and relax with a crisp cider or a refreshing Riesling. Enjoy great quality over a superb glass of wine. And refresh yourself with a chilling session. Recharge with the perfect slice. Experience new events and meet new people. Unwind with the coolest draft on tap. Breathe in the country air and raise a glass to unforgettable moments in King George County. Eat, drink, shop. Enjoy it all between the rivers.
Okay, I promise the sound does not actually sound like that. Hopefully for people at home watching, that did not sound as awful as it does in the room. There's something going on with their speakers. But definitely visit the website to watch the video. I don't know what's going on. It sounds like the voiceover and the music track were competing with each other. I'm not sure how our speaker system is set up in here, so I apologize for that, but I promise it sounds nice. And then you can go into more information on our wineries and breweries in the county. in that tab, and then our farms and markets as well. And then we have an overview of all the different festivals and things and events that are ongoing. So there is quite a few here for the rest of the year. And then if there's any businesses watching and they have some events that they would like to share and have put on our website, you can click this button here and you fill out a form to submit your event to be considered to be added to our site. And then we also have our Enjoy tab, which is an overview of all of our different food options in the county, as well as shops. And then if you're here visiting and you're interested in looking at different things, there's some breakdown on different resources as well here. If you want to have your business added to our directory, this is the form to click here as well, and you can fill that out so you consider to be added to the site as well. Just to let the board know, because this was mentioned earlier in the meeting, I do vet all of our businesses regularly with the Commissioner of the Revenue's Office. So they do make sure that everybody is compliant with business license. And then in our Envision tab, this is more about helping people figure out if they were to come visit, what they would do. So this is a breakdown chart of different things you might be interested in. If you're just casually wanting to go and shop around, you could want to go and hang out at any of our wineries and breweries, or you might want to go to some of our markets. And then we also have outdoor adventures if you want to go on the river or if you want to just hike. And then history lovers with our museums and some of our historical trails. And then this is what we'll continue to work our campaigns around, but I just have 4 in here right now. We're going to keep expanding this, and when I say we, I mean me. But we have 4 articles in here right now, and these are meant to help people read and learn more about different aspects of things they might be interested in, so they can start envisioning that trip that they might want to take and visit us. And then we do have that's a link to the next tab, wedding and meeting venues. This is an overview of all of those different locations and what they have to offer. And this picture is not loading, so I apologize. So it's broken down by different venues and things in case someone is interested in coming to have a meeting here, which the state is saying is the highest growing tourism market right now. So that's why those are separated and kind of highlighted at the top of the site. And then this is an overview of all of our different lodging options. So we have our B&Bs and inns, and then all the homestay options. I added these recently. We have about 30 different homestay options between Airbnb and Vrbo alone, not to mention all the other different ones. So there's quite a few in there. And then our 5 hotels and our motel and some campground options. And then if another thing that we're going to do to monitor who's interested in visiting and where they're from is that we do have a form for people to fill out if they get to our site to request a visitor guide. And our visitor guide, it's our first ever visitor guide from the county, is in production right now and should be available next week, mid next week. And then I will be taking those to all of the different businesses in the community to try to get that out. And we are also going to have them in every welcome center. There are 11 in the state, as well as the 95 corridor for rest stops. And so that's pretty much an overview. And we obviously have a contact page here too, if anybody has questions. So if anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Any questions? I think go right ahead and say it.
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to thank you for everything you've done with the website, because I can tell you, since I first looked at the website here at the county, it is massively improved. It is much easier to navigate, and it makes so much more sense, and it's got so much more useful information, and you've done an awesome, awesome job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Davis, can I echo onto that? Because I know we get a lot of Facebook chatter about that we don't put the information out there. If people would just look at the website and the KG alerts that Ms. Southall puts out at least twice before a meeting. There also is some engagement from the community who needs to sign up or just go to the website. There's so much information. And when I was first on the board, like Mr. Stroud said, website wasn't all that, and now it is. So thank you.
Thank you. And I realized that I failed to mention this is visitKingGeorge.com, the tourism site. I realized I did not say the URL. So thank you all. I appreciate it.
So at least we know you make mistakes. All right. I feel better. She does everything perfect is why I say that. Well, thank you, Ms. Southall. Appreciate that. Next up, I have Mr. Bryce Young, Space Needs presentation.
I'm waiting on them to pull up the slides. I have a tough act to follow. Mine's not near as pleasant and exciting, I guess, but all right, well,
At least yodel.
all right, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I am presenting the results of the space needs analysis. As soon as we get the presentation going. All right. So the goals of this analysis was to determine how many departments we could house in the current space we have within the Rivercom building and the courthouse. And the ultimate goal with that is to eliminate rented space that we are currently using throughout the county. And on top of that, we're striving to establish how long that space would last us before we would outgrow it, given how we anticipate different departments growing. Next slide, please. So the methodology that I used to accomplish this was I sent out space needs analysis to all of the departments we anticipate to house. And this asked them not only how much space they need now, but how they anticipate growing in the next 25 years. And I was able to extrapolate on that data a bit to see how we kind of anticipate the departments growing within the next 50 years. From there, I organized the data and discussed with Mr. Snamolnik, kind of normalized it a little bit to make sure I had opinions on office sizes and such that were reasonable and that the growth seemed reasonable throughout the different departments. And it is important to note that we also compared this to the available space, actual square footage in the courthouse, old courthouse, and the Rivercom building. Not just the old courthouse, but how all the departments and the needs would be met by both buildings. Next slide. And I did this in two ways. One way was assuming an extensive remodel of the old courthouse that would free up a little bit more space. I did this analysis based on purely the square footage of the old courthouse, assuming a near complete gut job. And the results were a little bit surprising. If including the school board, if we had this done today, we'd be at 125 or 26%. And you can see how that number grows through our estimated needs in the future. And if we did not include the school board, had them in a different building elsewhere, then we would still be at capacity on day one. Next slide, please. And the second analysis would be a minimalistic remodel using more of the existing layout and modifying some of the areas to accommodate for additional bathrooms and breaking out different areas to be used by the different departments. And you can still see that we are still over capacity, both with and without the school board. With the school board, we're drastically over capacity if we were to proceed with this now. And that is my last slide.
Mr. Sullins has a question for you.
Yes, sir.
So how many square feet is the building now?
Which one?
The courthouse.
So the total usable space is 13,754 square foot, and that it does take out the hallways and such.
Okay. How many square feet per person does that equate to when you factor in the different percentages here? How did you calculate that, in other words?
Calculated this through, I got the number of people each department would use, and within the space needs analysis, I had them tell me what kind of office space you think they would need. We didn't do an even square footage per person because some people who are in the field most of the time probably won't need any office space. Some people might only need a cubicle for their office needs, and then some of your people might need a bigger area. And also some departments have unique needs, like Health Human Services. They have some unique needs as far as storage files and things of that nature that they have to account for, as well as the registrar office.
Okay. How many people are on the school board?
I want to say it is in the 30s. I don't recall off the top of my head, but it's, I believe, 32.
Anyone else have any questions? Mr. Sellers?
So I just wanted to bring up one point, and I intended this is where I wanted a discussion of our museums is my original intent of bringing this up. Is I know we've talked about the Historical Society having a bigger expanded space. And if we chose to knock that building down and add on to the Rivercombe building, we would have to account for the Historical Society. But I'm on the Dahlgren Heritage Museum, and they have, I know we've talked about this many times, Renee, maybe if I brought this up since I've been on the board. We had a town hall at Roseland Road in 2020. I talked many times at the Ralph Bunche Committee about joining all three museums, not as one museum, but like separate entities in the same building using Ralph Bunche or Roseland Road. And I know the Dahlgren Heritage Museum, many museums, they wanted to keep that building, and now it might not be financially viable. Bridge came in, they don't get the traffic anymore, but everybody's story, Ralph Bunche, Dahlgren, and the Historical Society have a story to tell about King George and our history and our passion for all the many historical events that have happened in this community. So I want to make sure that any kind of storage, we think about possibly the Dahlgren Heritage Museum joining with the Historical Society in the space, and having also a space wherever it is to be able to store their all the many archives, especially the Historical Society, in that space needs analysis, because it is coming aware that, you know, two museums might need to be together to tell our story. And it also helps us because one of the things I've always said is you have more eyes on the prize if there's one-stop shop where people can come and learn all the history instead of three separate museums. But I understand Ralph Bunche and their importance, and that's why I wanted to bring it up at that time, because also with the storage needs, I would like to some kind of meeting in the future. Maybe it's when the new board member comes on, so we can discuss about Ralph Bunche and the MOUs from the past. And I just wanted to bring that up now to the board, that that's something I would like to look at starting in the new year. And that's why I wanted to bring it up at this time. We've had a lot of promises from the past, and we need to get together to figure out what our path forward is for that museum and come to an agreement with the new board, because it was the old board. But I also want to acknowledge that we need to look at possibly both of those museums in the old courthouse and the new courthouse in our storage storage the space analysis. Sorry, I was using the wrong, I was thinking of storage because we were talking about that in the break, the storage for the different museums. I just wanted to bring that up. And thank you, Chair Davis, for letting me entertain that comment.
Mr. Collins, so the 32 members of the school would require how many square feet?
As of today, about 4,500 square foot.
Okay, 4,500 square feet. And how many square feet is that building again?
The usable square footage is about 13,750.
Okay. But how does that put it over capacity off the bat? Are you including putting the social services and the other folks in there with the school board at the same time?
So the way I organize the space needs analysis is I include the space that we have here at the Rivercom building as well as over there. My purpose was to see in this general complex here, the square footage of usable space we have compared to the square footage of space we need, to determine if there's a way we could move people in and get the most out of our spaces by putting different departments in different areas. Does that make sense? It's a square footage based, not necessarily each individual office is named to a space. I didn't pick any offices for anybody. It's purely square footage based.
I understand that part. So it's 4,500 square feet for the school board personnel. And let's say at 10% every 10 years, you still have a lot of square feet there, but I think, if I'm not mistaken, one of the goals is to have the school board vacate that building over there so it could become a part of the county, so it could be repurposed for the stadium and so forth, for a fairgrounds type thing. So in order to move that forward, you'd have to get them out. But you still have a lot of space available if you just put them in there, remodel it and put them in there. You still have a lot of space available, like 7,000, 8,000 square feet.
Yes, but this did also include all of the other offices, including some remote offices such as engineering, social services.
Okay, let's take out social services for a minute, because they need a lot of space. So let's just talk about school board, the IT, and the engineering department. They all have just that small upstairs up there down the street. So you still have a lot of space. So if you wanted to increase community development space, you can move them over there and then give some other folks some space where they're at, like the registrar. So I think there's still a lot of space. I don't understand that 130% thing. How can it be 130% when the school board only has, unless you're putting in social services too?
Social services was included, as well as current needs that are not being met by other departments, such as the registrar and such.
Right. So if the 4,500 square feet minus 13,000 still gives you a lot of square feet to move somebody in there, not social services, but it will free up the schools so the county can get a hold of that property if they, I don't know who it's owned by at this point, the school board or this. Okay. And so that can start in the process. In the meantime, over at the school board office, you could still use where the school board is located. You could still use those. You might even use those for social services until. So when you're talking about a plan for 5, 10, 15, 20 years, you got to kind of get somebody out of somewhere so you can do the next thing to that thing. So I think Mr. Smalling's going to have some information in your report, right?
Well, if I could chime in now, Mr. Chairman. So yes, whenever I made my presentation on this courthouse back in August, a couple different options which prompted this space needs. And I want to thank Mr. Young. He came to me the very next morning, says, Matt, I want this. I want to take it on. So I want to thank Mr. Young, for his efforts on this. And really, we are leasing space, and I think some of the conversations here try to get out of those leases. And I know social services, their lease is up for renewal. Talking to the property owner, I expect about a 20 to 25% increase in the rate for social services. They're at 6,000 square feet, I believe, right now. Mr. Franklin he has no room left over there. And there are some unique needs that Mr. Young and I learned about, through social services, such as overnight accommodations sometimes. Somebody gets, the judge sets them free and dad come pick them up. Dad's in St. Louis. I can't be there for a day and a half. Well, it's the social services folks have to, instead they don't put them up in a hotel. They have a system worked out where those youth will stay, within the confines of their office. So that's a unique entity of itself. And the other places we do lease up there at the Food Lion parking lot, we're trying to get out of the leases and put everybody in here into something that we own. So I think, by taking what we've got now, that's how Bryce came up with the overcapacity with the current layout or with minor modifications to the existing courthouse, the old courthouse, I'm sorry.
So 6,000 square feet, the old school board office is much bigger than the courthouse.
And I think we talked about during the CIP, because this was back in the CIP. I don't know the total number of requests that the school had, but there were a number of SBO, school board office renovations, the windows, the glazing, the electrical, and I believe it was a decision of the board not to put any additional money into that building due to the condition of it. That's, I think, what also led Mr. Young to.
So, Mr. Stolnick, a lot of that numbers were for the old part, where the what do you call that?
The first addition to the old high school?
Yeah, but what were the kids that were there? And that's
preschool.
Head Start and all that. So a lot of that request was to get that building, which should have been torn down a long time ago, because the original building is actually where the playground is. So it doesn't have any historic significance. But if you tore down that part, the school board is still very viable for several more years, where you could put the social services in with more than enough room for expansion. And they have showers over and everything over there too, because it used to be a school. And then remodel this for the school board. Rest of it you can tear down and get into your fairgrounds operation, and then eventually fade out the school board, the social services to another building, which would also, if you look at the big plan, you have to look at the CTE building. So I think a lot of these things need to be done in conjunction with, as one kind of whole plan. I think that the first thing would be to get the school board out of their offices. And this seems to be the best location, even with the amount of money you got to spend on it. That's what I got to say about that.
Mr. Chair?
Ms. Bender.
Yes, I agree with a lot of what you say, TC, but the one area we're going to disagree is whether that building can stand. And I think it's going to cost too much money to.
Which building?
The old courthouse and even the school board office, because one of the things I do remember from the presentation, that 70s edition or early 60s edition is not ADA compliant and it has no elevator. So will have to be renovations on that building, especially if you move something like social services in there. It has a lot of issues that needs repair. And I think it needs air conditioning because the air conditioning units are outside, and there needs to be electrical work. I do remember that because it has 1960s electrical work in it.
So that's the old part. And
No.
Now listen to me. So the elevator, when I was on the school board, I talked this over with Dr. Benson at the time as superintendent. The elevator, when you go into the school board office, right there where that loading dock is, you could put a elevator in at relatively low cost that could go up to the second floor, open up, and you'd have the access that you speak of. But a lot of these things, so the roof on there is not totally gone. It still has plenty of life. The air conditioner units are pretty much new. They're probably 8 years old, those for the part that I'm talking about on the right. Not the part on the left. The part on the left needs to go. You know what I'm talking about, the part on the left?
Yes, I do, but I'm still looking at, we're sinking money to save these buildings that, in the past, and if you look at the history of King George, maintenance issue that we talk about goes back to the Civil War. That's just the mentality. It was build a building, wait till it's done, and then just let it go. And you know what I mean? But we have tried, TC, since we've been on the board and the new board, to try to fix that and renovate, but you can't do that overnight. And I just don't want to keep all these old buildings that in the end could cost so much money to renovate over adding on to this building and doing what's right for the county and the taxpayers. That's just looking at it. It's kind of funny because in 2016, there's an article in the Freelance Star from Kathy Dyson talking about, you were school board chair at the time in the old middle school, and you were like, tear it down and build a new elementary school. So you had that vision a long time ago.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Stroud?
Yes, sir. So we've heard comments on this. We've talked about it before. We've received a brief. I'd like that maybe we put it on the agenda for another meeting later, so we're not keeping everybody we got here tonight talking about it, because I've got opinions on it too. I just don't want to keep us here tonight on it to discuss it.
Yeah, I do. And Mr. Collins, I understand what happens here is you start planning stuff out and you want to do everything holistically, and then that takes forever. And what he's saying is, what he's dealing is right now we could deal with some issues. We're going to deal with stuff down the line, but I sum it up. But there's some things that we can deal with now, or that stuff's just going to get pushed down the line until it never happens. Right? That's kind of where you're at, and I understand that position. I understand everyone loves the old courthouse building, and there's people who are attached to the old school over there. And at the end of the day, we'll figure it out. We'll put it on a different agenda and we'll talk it out this year. See if we can come with a solution. I got more questions too, because we got to get into like cost analysis, right? And have you gotten to that part of it yet, as far as the cost to renovate the building, to get rid of the mold, if there's mold or whatever it is that we got supposed to do?
I have not gotten into the renovation cost as far as the mold goes. I do have a cost estimate for a quantifying of contaminated materials. That would be the first step to move on to that.
What's the cost of that?
It is $2,571.
Plus change orders. That'd be about 100,000.
Yeah. He's right. All right. And so we need to look at that. What's it going to cost to really gut it out? And
So if you recall from my August 19 presentation, some of the studies that have been done by ECSSS, we have not studied everything. So if you renovate it or demo, you will walk and do change orders because it has not been fully vetted yet. That seems like the next logical step to try to quantify what's in here, and that will help paint the path of which road we need to take. So, if Bryce, the number $2,571.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. All right. And I understand that. I think the last time they made a comment of some of the mold or contaminants are okay as long as they don't get disturbed. But if you get to renovating, stuff gonna get disturbed. So, and that just doesn't sound right to me.
Mr. Chair, so part of that, just my thoughts on it, and one of the things I was about kicking a can to another meeting is that I just feel like to make a decision on this, I would like to think about where do we want the county to go? Like, what is our ultimate goal? If our ultimate goal is that, King George is, we look at the appeal, we look at what where the roads, what we're going to do with the roads, where the county center is going to be and things like that. Because if we spend money renovating an old building and then, 2 years from now, we say, you know what, here's where we want to be 10 years from now or whatever, then we're throwing money towards bad. If we can go ahead and think about, okay, where do we want to be 5, 10 years from now, then that's going to help us make a better decision now how we spend the money and what we want the county to be. So if we want to make this area, an epicenter or a county center or town center, whatever you want to do, if we want to do something like that here, then we want to clear that building out, add another building that matches this one, expand there, and then we have this big open area like, we have for the food trucks, just things like that. Those are conversations that need to take place before we look at renovating and spending money and things like that. I think we need to look a little broader first and figure that out, and then that'll help us make these kind of decisions. That's my thoughts on that.
All right.
So, Mr. Chair, I know you want to close this down.
I want to let Mr. Sullivan speak real quick, and then I'll let you go because he's been patiently waiting for me.
I get 2 turns.
I haven't got one turn yet.
Yeah.
Oh.
Ken's a bully, though. He does that.
You were doing so well. You let him suck you into this. I hate to be the clock monitor always, but we got 45 minutes to go. We got a whole bunch of stuff to do, and I guarantee you we're going to have the same stinking conversation 4 more times before we take any action. Let's go.
Mr. Collins?
Yes. So before I go in December, could you all agree to fix the CTE building? Say yes.
Fine.
Get the CTE program back in there.
I can promise you that is the plan.
Before December?
That's the plan, is to get some of this stuff knocked out. Yeah.
Right, cool.
But I can't promise you that will see.
I thought I was close to a promise.
Yeah, but I can't promise you that CTE building, the way it looks today, will still be standing.
As long as you can.
That's what I can't promise. Thank you, sir.
Sir,
Don't take up any more of your time. I know you're on the clock. Punch him out. You ready? All right. Green energy, I'm going to give you all 5 minutes. Is that good? What? Oh.
Come on, man. I gave him 15.
Come on, Roger. Let's go. I'm kidding. Maybe. Roger, good to see you, buddy.
See you, sir. Thank you for letting me be here. I know it's late. I will try to be brief and concise. First, let me see if our slide presentation is available. I was given this gadget to control it. I want to test it. Closer to the mic, I was told. There we are. Oops. Okay. Good evening, Chair and supervisors. My name is Roger Vasiliadis. I'm one of the partners of Green Energy Ventures, and along with the Taylor family, we're the applicants for the King George Technology Center. My goal this evening is to present to you and the community a summary of our project. Also with me are my partners, and together we will try to answer any detailed questions you may have. This presentation and all of the details for our project can also be found on our website for those that want a more detailed view. But I do thank you for the opportunity to speak before you this evening. You each know my partners, Jeff, Hobie, and Dale are with me. Also, the Taylor family have been residents and landowners in King George County for 7 generations. They've been part of our team since we filed their application over 3 years ago. I think it's important for everyone to know that they will remain part of the project well after the zoning, should our application be approved. Due to the lateness of the hour, I'm not going to go over every benchmark of our outreach, but ours has been a lengthy review process. We started back in May of 2022. We've encountered a new zoning ordinance and the special exception requirement. But this process, along with the community interaction, has made our plan better and has enabled us to better understand and address the issues of greatest importance to the county. I did want to take a minute to share with you the comprehensive plan, which you can see here is outlined in that deep purple. I wanted to point out that ours is the only data center application that has come before the board that did not need a comprehensive plan amendment. Our site is currently surrounded by industrial operations in an industrial park. The landfill is to our north. We are adjacent to the prior home of the Birchwood Power Plant, now the proposed AWS data center campus. Part of our land, as you can see, is already zoned industrial. And this area in the comp plan is designated to be the industrial hub of King George County. Our plan has evolved significantly during this interactive review process, our goal being to mitigate visual impacts, to address noise concerns, and to address environmental concerns. We have decreased the intensity of our development, reducing number of proposed buildings from 22 to 13. We have decreased the maximum square footage of the data centers from 7.2 million to 6.5 million. We've increased the setback on Route 3 to 250 feet. We've increased our berm height from 12 feet to 16 feet. We've increased the intensity of our landscaping buffer. And we are proposing stormwater management facilities and rainwater collection cisterns. It's really important for the public to understand that there will be a thorough review of the final engineering plans and specifications with respect to stormwater quality and retention. Again, we've gone to great lengths to mitigate the visual impacts of our buildings. As you can see here, there's two cross sections, and we detail the detail of our buffer and the tree canopy, which we've increased to include more evergreens and a higher percentage and larger caliber trees. The first image you see on top is a cross section from Route 3, and the red is a sight line where you can see once you visually go over the buffer and over the tree canopy at 10 years growth, you will just see over that 65-foot proposed building height. You will potentially catch the top of a 12-foot parapet that is shown there. That is for sound attenuation measures for any chillers or equipment that go on top of the roof. The cross section of the bottom is for the Bloomsbury Road and a very similar view shed with the mitigation measures we've done. The next series of slides is going to be our best effort to represent visually what this will look like. So each one of those red little views you see there, I will enumerate with a visual that we've done. This is view one along Kings Highway, and I will point out that that green arrow is a kind of a directional so that you can visualize yourself driving in that direction. The arrows will shift around as I described briefly, or I'll show you each view. But heading along Kings Highway, heading west, you'll see on the right, you'll see the proposed buffer and at 10 years growth. This next view is from a house on Kings Highway. This view 3 is our proposed main entrance along the highway, Kings Highway. Our entrance, if you can see there, is gated. It will be a secure campus. Along Kings Highway heading east now, that directional arrow, if you can see, one thing I did want to point out is that we have added, since our original plan, increased buffering along this western boundary, which you can also see here to help mitigate the visual impacts. This is a view from that western boundary. You can see an existing industrial building in the industrial park there. These are existing tree buffers, an existing stormwater pond, and you can see a rendering of what would be potentially a 90-foot building. The 90-foot buildings are allowed only internal to the site, and this is a view shed from the back of the site, but relative to the existing industrial building that's there now. Just a few more views from Bloomsbury Road. I wanted to point out that this existing tree canopy here will remain. Our proposed buffer is outside of that. Another view from Bloomsbury Road. You can see the existing tree canopy, and you can see the added buffer and additional tree canopy behind. Lastly, on Bloomsbury Road heading south towards the intersection of Route 3 and Bloomsbury, you get a good look at what we'll do here on a berm with our landscaping at 10 years growth with a split rail fence detail as well. I want to get into a little bit of detail on the transportation improvements, but I'll go fairly quickly over it. If you have detailed questions and analysis of this, I'll bring up our civil engineer, Andy, who's here. But I wanted to explain to you that our project will be developed into 2 phases. Phase 1 being the first 2.5 million square feet of the data center buildings, phase 2 being the remaining 4 million square feet. Importantly, the phasing will trigger the certain road frontage improvements and the berm construction. As you can see, the improvements in these red highlighted entrance areas are going to be completed prior to the phase 1 build out. We'll start here with entrance 1, 2. You will see that we will build and construct a right turn lane. We'll extend the left turn lanes, and we'll do a signal justification report for this entrance 1, 2. Entrance 3, highlighted in red there, is our main entrance. We'll restrict the left turn lane from a site. We'll construct a right turn lane, and we'll extend left turn lanes. The construction entrance 10 here would be constructing a full entrance feature. I do want to point out to you all in full disclosure that in our last review of entrance 10, it was brought to our attention through Jeff as we were going over everything, that actually on the CDP, that entrance is about 550 feet to the south of where it's shown on this exhibit. It's accurately shown in the CDP, but Jeff had met with Mr. Chuck Klein earlier on, and he asked us if we could move that entrance, and we entertained that, and we spoke with Angela and the folks at the staff. So that is shown about 550 feet to the south of where it's shown on this exhibit.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
That new house is being built there with the driveway going to it. Where's the door? Can you point with your pointer the correlation of because I don't know the 550 foot south of that about where that new driveway is.
So the new house, I'm sorry, Hobie?
Just below where you see number 10 on that plan.
The new house under construction is right there, and I would say we're closer to here now for our new entrance. Yes, Jeff?
So people at home can't hear unless you're at the mic.
I'm sorry, sir.
I said one thing. So I met with Mr. Klein's and Hobie and I did, and he asked us to move that entrance, and he did discuss with us, that's his daughter's house that's being built. So he asked us if we would do a tree buffer on his side of the road as well, and we agreed to that. So he asked us for that. It's not reflected here, but we will do that, and we will have the same people that do our berm will do that on his side of the road too.
All right, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you for that question. Transportation improvements for phase 2. You will see entrance 4. We will restrict the left turn lane from the site, construct the right turn lane, and extend the left turn lanes. And construction entrance 5 will be a right in, right out entrance. Again, if you have more detailed questions on this after the presentation, I would be happy to get into the detail. This intersection is super important. Most everyone we've spoken to agree that the safety of this intersection needs to be improved, and we will do that. There is some disagreement on whether or not a traffic signal should go here. That's not up to us. We will do a VDOT warrant study at several phases of our build out. That VDOT study will determine whether or not we pay for a traffic signal in this location. We have added to our proffers that since the traffic signal would cost us $750,000, if ultimately it is not required, we've proffered to pay that amount of money to the county to use at the county's discretion. But ultimately, the cost of this safety improvement is $2.5 million, which we will pay for. And I think we can all agree that this intersection could be improved from a safety standpoint. The next series of slides has to do with our proffers and our benefits to the county. I'm gonna skip over this. These are all available on our website. We've included language in our proffers that provides the board complete discretion as to the expenditure of all of the funds that we will contribute. The bolded light identifies those proffers that have been added or modified since the Planning Commission public process. This presentation and the proffers are available on our website for those interested in a more detailed review. I will summarize the monetary proffers in a spreadsheet in an upcoming slide, as that might be easier to follow. But the general idea behind these proffered commitments is to serve the critical needs of the county, which have been identified through our community outreach and as expressed to us in our meetings with you all supervisors. Again, the proffers are detailed. Each proffer has a section that you could refer to the actual proffer agreement on, and that proffer agreement is also in our website. Quickly on our economic impact analysis. We went to the county for a list of respected third-party experts. Through Davenport, the county's consultant, we referred to MuniCap, a leading expert in this field. Mr. Keenan Rice is the president of MuniCap. He's here with us tonight, and he's prepared to answer any detailed questions you might have regarding this report. But the full report is available on our website. I did want to point out that highlighted number there at full build out. It's hard to see, but we are estimating about $100 million in annual revenues to the county. Other key highlights is almost 17,000 temporary jobs during construction and about 1,300 permanent jobs. We believe this is an overwhelmingly positive economic impact for the county.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman. When I read the packet on the proffers, I didn't see the water treatment system in there.
Well, we have several items that we plan on doing to proffering towards public water and sewer. I'd like to get into that right now, if I may.
I saw that.
Yes, sir.
But I didn't see the whole water treatment facility.
Well, we're not privy to what the county is doing in terms of the water treatment plant, where the water's coming from, the size of it, the capacity of it. But what we can do is help and be a good customer. So what we've planned to do, and this is different and new since we were at the Planning Commission, and we've had meetings with the chair and the engineers at the Service Authority. Regarding public, we are proffering to assist in a couple ways. We'll construct a temporary waterworks system, essentially wells and a water storage tank. If and when public water is made available to us, we will hook up to the public system, becoming a good paying customer. And if the county wants to receive it, we will donate our well and storage facilities to the county. We anticipate that storage tank to be 750,000 gallons. We estimate that to be about a $5 million enhancement. Secondly, prepaid availability fees. When water and sewer is authorized by the county to be constructed and to serve our site, we will pay $5 million in availability fees, $2.5 million for water and $2.5 million for sewer. This will help ease the financial burden to the county for these infrastructure improvements by easing cash flow, potentially reducing debt, and will yield savings in financing costs. And we also are dedicating an 18-acre site that the county can use at their discretion. So we understand there's a need for public water We want to assist by steering these proffers in that direction, and we're committed to hooking up and being a great paying customer if and when that's made available to us.
And Mr. Chair, I can actually speak on that because this is all part of that water supply plan that is in first draft form. And so they really can't make any judgment until they hear what the official water supply plan is done and the sites are identified for whatever and what kind of options there are for how we're going to store the water and treat the water. So I think they're waiting. Waiting for that water supply plan to be finished.
Yes, ma'am.
So I have to be fair to them on that one. They need that data to actually to make anything further on that.
Yeah,
correct.
What we have tried to do is anticipate how we can add value if and when that process becomes, those services become available to us. So we thought by prepaying the availability fees with $5 million, when we would be paying those fees much later in the process, we thought that would be a value add and an assist. And we thought that the infrastructure that we're investing in our own temporary system could then be donated as an enhancement if and when the authority wants it at no cost. So we thought that's, with the limited information we did have, we thought that those would be offers that we could offer to the county to your benefit.
I just wanted to clarify, to be fair to you on that.
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate that.
So basically what we're, just because this is being said, it's being said that upon receiving of your first permit, that $5 million is paid to the county. So it's not something we're waiting 5 years, 10 years down the line and not even wait for the authority to be run that direction. It's
correct. On the availability fees, the prepayment of the availability fees, once that's been authorized, so we know that that work has been authorized by the county and that we will be the beneficiary of that, we will assist right away and write a check for $2.5 million for the water, $2.5 million for the sewer. That doesn't limit any fees we may have to pay for the balance of our project down the road when it's actualized, but it's with our experience, Hobie being on the board and Dale running Loud and Water for 35 years, we anticipated what availability fees at least will be. So we thought we could pay those in advance as a way to proffer some value to the county.
Mr. Sullins.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I just got 4 quick questions. How tall are the trees when you plant them versus how tall they are when they're at full growth?
Going back to I'm going to switch sides for you so you can see.
And while we're talking about it, the second question is, what is the front of the building going to look like? Because I'm figuring we're probably going to be looking at it for nearly 10 years.
Well, we do have the berm. We do have architectural guideline standards that we're proffering to, and we will make every effort. Buildings are getting a lot more attractive. Architectural facades are variated, and there's detailed and architectural standards we'll have to adhere to. So we do want to make it pleasing as visually as we can. In terms of the sizing of these canopies, is that best answered by Andy or by Andy? You want to handle that? Andy's our engineer, our project engineer, who's done the design. He can speak to the differences and to answer your question.
Good evening, Andy Grecker from J2. So for the evergreen trees, they're proffered to be either 8 foot, 10 foot, or 12 foot, and there's a variation of as far as percentages. With I believe the highest percentage with the 12 foot, and then that is at planting. They'll grow anywhere from 1 to 3 depending on species and what's picked. So at 10 years, it grows up from 12 feet 3 times, so it's like 28 feet, 26, 28 feet is what I guess at the 10 years for those. The deciduous trees, there's 2 banks of those. I can't read it there, but it's what I think it's 3 and 2, and the 3 is the smaller one, 2 is the larger caliber, so that's actually larger than what the county requires. I'm guessing for the 3-inch caliber, it's probably, again, more of like a 12, 15 foot height. I'm guessing at that, and then those, again, depending on species, would grow 1 to 3 foot per year, and then you have the ornamentals that kind of fill in the middle.
Right, but the building's going to have an attractive facade, basically. It's not going to be an ugly white wall or something like that. Okay, cool.
Yeah, in the CDP, there's actually what we anticipate. I think there was like 6 different examples of what we would expect,
Okay.
all of which are different, and we can work with each one of those.
Okay. Shifting gears, no pun intended. Do you anticipate the need for a traffic light or more traffic lights?
The only one that
Before you answer, I'll tell you, I don't want traffic lights. I would much rather have a roundabout.
Yeah. So we did the design such that for our site, we would not use any traffic lights. We, dealing with VDOT, said our cut design, so that limits the traffic movement through there. So it limits the need for that. We could certainly look at the option of a roundabout at Route 3 in Bloomsbury. I can tell you most likely that's not going to work between the vehicle speed and the traffic coming through there. And the most viable option with that would end up probably being a traffic light if it is warranted. Step 1 for that intersection is get a longer right turn. You do have sight distance you can see, but it is people going 60 miles per hour. There are things we could probably do in the meantime if it's not warranted, working with VDOT for signage. Definitely wanted that to be safe, but we'll do what VDOT wants us to do.
The 60 miles an hour is what worries me, honestly, because more and more all around this area, traffic lights are a suggestion. You know, I feel like I'm driving in Maryland, you know, now when I'm driving, because a yellow light means only 10 more cars can go and a red light means only 3 more cars can go.
Stop, go, stop, go.
Last question, and this was a hard one. I saved the best for last. So you're estimating that at 10 years build out, $100 million of revenue per year. Did I hear that right?
Yes, sir.
So a few weeks ago when we met at McDonald's, you were saying that it was below 30 in the 20s and that you felt conservatively fairly comfortable that maybe $30 million a year. And you kind of scoffed at another project that had said that they thought they could get about $100 million a year. How'd that triple?
Well, we actually did the original Municap study years ago when the data center market was quite different as it's evolving incredibly quickly. As our project has delayed, we invested recently in an update to the Municap report. So these are the numbers. These are unbiased third-party numbers from Municap. These are not our own internal projections. And so when we asked them more recently, as our project had been delayed, to do another look at this, these are the numbers that came out.
Gotcha. To be honest, I like your project. I don't like additional traffic lights in the county. And I do start getting nervous when there's a 3-4 time increase in the numbers. I'm like, that sounds like somewhere along the way somebody's not doing their math very well.
Yeah, the only thing I can say is that VDOT warrant study is beyond our control. I'm not sure if there's any political influence that you all may have at the VDOT level, but I know for us, all we do is pay for those warrant studies at certain triggered times.
Gotcha. Make sure your pencils are sharp when you're doing your math, though.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Roger.
I'm going to skip forward here just to find the appropriate slide, if you will. We talked about the profit benefits and the economic impact analysis. I wanted to just go quickly through the profit comparison worksheet to enumerate where we were back in July and what we've done to increase our commitment to the county since then. Workforce training and capital project facilities were $500,000. It is now $3 million, sir. Again, the board has complete discretion as to how to use those funds. Parks and Rec was at $1 million. It's now $1.3 million. Public safety from 2.7 to 3 million. We believe that's the escalating cost of a fire truck if potentially one is warranted. If it's not, that money can be used at your discretion. Emergency services training increased from 100,000 to 500,000. Historic resources. We have learned from the county that in talking to the community and Supervisor Bender, the importance of the King George history. So we thought it was a great idea to contribute towards that effort, and that $500,000 is paid towards historic resources at our first building permit. General properties contribution of $250,000 brought to our attention that funds could be used to just help clean up roads, clean up ballparks, just help clean and present King George County in the best light. We thought that was a great idea, and that was the basis for that. But looking at that number there in total cash proffers from 4.3 million, we've increased that by 100%. So that's an $8.65 million cash contribution. We touched previously on the other proffers, the dedication of the water and the sewer facilities, and the prepaid availability fees. And below you see the dedication of the 18 acres for that site to be used at your discretion. There's an additional 1 acre of right-of-way for the Bloomsbury Road dedication. I did want to point out in perpetuity that we are proffering $2 per 100 square feet of data center space. So that's $130,000 a year projected over 20 years. That's close to $2 million. And at 40 years, almost $4.6 million. That's an ongoing commitment. Lastly, I know it's late. I appreciate all of your attention and the opportunity to speak before you. I just wanted to hit the top level highlights of our project, if I could. We are in conformance with the existing comprehensive plan. We have gone to great lengths to mitigate visual impacts with increases to setbacks, increases to berm heights, and increases in evergreen and tree canopy buffer. We were not using groundwater for cooling of the data centers. We've proffered that out. There will be no direct increase to county residents in electric bills specific to our data centers. And I know, Chair Davis, you've spoken about this in the past. Without the revenues from these data centers, some would say there's subsidizing other counties because you're not getting the benefits of the revenues, but you are paying increased bills. We'd love to see that changed. We are implementing best stormwater management practices by utilizing stormwater and controlling runoff, minimizing environmental impacts. Sound attenuation measures will ensure compliance with the sound ordinance. We will be testing annually for that. To address the air quality standards, we have made a commitment to Tier 4 generators, the highest standard we could achieve. And again, we are projecting that $100 million in annual revenues at build-out with limited services required by the county, which is the magic formula that data centers offers. Again, 17,000 construction period jobs. We spoke to a lot of folks at some of our early interactions that were thrilled at the idea of working closer to home, some traveling 2 hours a day both ways for jobs. And the idea is that second generations could potentially have access to these jobs. It's very exciting to many of the folks we spoke to. The cash proffers, $8.65 million, an additional $5 million in that waterworks contribution. That's a 13.6 value contribution, and that doesn't even speak to the revenues we discussed. And lastly, Supervisor Collins made this point in a public forum. We have asked for no economic investments or incentives from the county. This project represents upside only for the county from a revenue perspective. I appreciate again your time this evening. We're here to answer any more detailed questions you might have.
Thank you. Stewart.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. Mr. Smolnik and I were talking and we were confused about something in the presentation versus the proffer, and I just wanted to make sure for the board's perspective, if you all were proffering to pay for the lines from either treatment facility, water, or sewer to your location. I know you proffered to hook up, you proffered to pay the hookup fees, but from your presentation, it sounded like you were going to pay for the actual lines that would run from whatever treatment facility, be it water or sewer, to your location. Did I?
So the available,
that in the proffer?
I'll try to answer that question. Clark, our attorney, if I get it wrong, please help me out. But the availability fee proffer are fees that ultimately we would be paying if we were to connect. We were just accelerating the payment of that by potentially a number of years to help with cash flow, financing, debt reduction, et cetera. So if it was, please.
Stewart's correct that that's not in the proffer.
That's all I was trying to get. It sounded like in the presentation you were going to pay for the actual cost of the line, and there'll have to be lines run from the treatment facility to your facility.
That's correct. In the ordinary course of business.
So that is not, typically businesses do that when they're coming in.
And I don't think they wouldn't have a issue with that, but you're correct that it's not spelled out in the proper.
What may very well happen after post-zoning is an agreement with the service authority. Once the service authority has designed the infrastructure, and that there would be an agreement with potentially us to build it with a reimbursement agreement for any oversizing, which is typically done in most jurisdictions. Right.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Stewart, did we answer your question?
Thank you, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we can hold it 1 second. Go ahead, Ms. Stones.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, given the time and the stuff we have left on the agenda, I make a motion that we extend our meeting tonight until 11 o'clock.
Second.
Motion properly second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Mr. Collins, do you want to start off with the question? Do you have any more?
So I spoke with the gentleman that owns LaGrange during the break. And some of his concerns are the stormwater management that will go onto his property where the creek is. And he's also concerned about his view shed, which, looking at the pictures with the photographs, I would be concerned about my view shed too from his property.
This is, I forgot his last name, Francisco's. Sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I forgot your last name, sir. I don't want to butcher that, but yes. We have spoken to him, and we did speak to him a couple times, and we understand his concerns about the project. We did propose potentially to see if there was ways we could mitigate by potentially planting some trees on his property, and he counted out, understandably, that he liked to watch the sunsets. So he didn't want a tree buffer or any enhancements on his own site. So we've had those discussions, but I understand that he is concerned about the location of the project and how it might impact his view sheds.
Ms. Bender?
Yes, I had written down a couple, and I just added one, is when you were mentioning the electricity. What batch are you in?
So if you give me a couple minutes, I'd love to catch you up on where we are with Dominion Energy, if you'd like.
Yes, and when I mentioned batch, this is a new thing that they've come out with about accessibility to power, and I know Dahlgren West was in batch 0, which is the best. So where are you located in your power needs?
Yeah, so I hadn't heard of batch 0, but I was there for that. Just a brief history, we started speaking to Dominion Energy many years ago, but then most significantly, we got in front of their data center development team, and that was in the summer of 2023 in July. So the first steps of that were to meet with their site development folks. We got CAD drawings of their substation plans. We got a service availability letter from them, their commitment to serve us. And with Andy, working with their engineers, we spent about 8 months working on a site plan that was approved by Dominion Energy. So then we went along through the process where they were studying transmission. We also made significant financial contributions or financial investments to Dominion Energy along the way. A couple months ago, there was a change kind of in the timing of their process, and they did start this queue system. It seems to be a bit of a fluid system. My understanding is that there's about 12 batches, and there might be 10 or so projects per batch. We are currently, have been told we're in batch 3. Batch 3, and they have told us that we couldn't be pushed back from batch 3, but we could be accelerated from batch 3. It does take about 3.5 to 4 years, given the time delays in building these substations. So in the meantime, we are working to bring bridge power to the site. Our hope is to find an on-site generation bridging mechanism that could then be converted when we get online with Dominion Energy to a cleaner, more energy efficient backup system. So we're exploring right now bringing natural gas to the site and having natural gas on-site turbines for generation for a bridge solution while we go through the process with Dominion Energy. But we believe that we will continue, we know we will continue to work with Dominion Energy. We speak to them monthly. There is a big change in that industry, and it has delayed a lot of folks, and we are one of them, but we're also pretty upfront in the list in batch 3 relative to some of the other groups that are many, many years behind us. But the plan is to have a bridge solution on site by the time our site plans and our building permits have been reviewed.
So is that why in some of those projections you see 0 numbers for at least several years?
Well, that's correct. We do have a kind of a time frame of our development schedule, and we do think that I'd be happy to share that with you. I don't want to overextend my welcome, but I'm happy to share a little bit about our time frame. We believe the site plan review process in and of itself, because there is a detailed, sorry, maybe my time's up. There is a detailed review of the site plan that will address all of the stormwater management elements and every other element of the site plan. We anticipate that to be probably 1.5 years up to a 20-month process for a complete engineering review with potentially what we expect to be a third-party reviewer. So that'll take us out 18 to 20 months. We anticipate site work and site development work could happen, but as you know, this is a large site with a lot of excavation. So that is potentially another 18 to 20 month process. All the while, we will continue our queue with the grid connection, and all the while, we will continue advancing on our on-site generation plan. But that is the quick answer to your question as to why is there a delay and when will realistically we be open for business with racks and power.
Okay, well, thank you for your answer. My next question is on the rainwater collection cisterns. And I know I've heard this from Hobie before about this idea, but it was brought up at the meeting I went to last week of the Rappahannock River Basin Commission about the concern about collecting that rainwater and diverting it from the natural sources. And one of the things that was brought up by one of the Stafford supervisors was in that area, there's a lot of shallow wells historically. And then how would this rainwater collection challenge maybe those folks that still have shallow wells in that area?
Well, I'll let Andy come up and address the cisterns. I did want to address your concern about the wells. Early on, we had I believe it was a public comment from, I believe, one of the Fairfaxes who expressed some concern about local neighboring wells. And we listened to that and we heard that. So we are proffering that if any of our activity or our wells impact any of our neighboring wells, we will take care of replacing and bringing those wells back.
Now, I would like to mention one caveat to that, because that was in my note, is you said bringing them back. There could be a possibility that there is no site that they could drill a well. So what about if the service authority is available, what about the connection fee cost to hook up, because they might not have a choice?
Most certainly. I'm not certain right now if our proffer, I can check with Clark on that.
It does. There's the connection as an option to the service authority.
I just wanted to make sure, because there could be a possibility that there might not be a well to be able to be dug in that area.
It's in the proffer.
Thank you. So either or, we'll take care of. About the cisterns, Andy?
So cistern design in and itself gets above and beyond my scope, but there's really, we talk about 2 different scenarios of which there's concern. One, it rains a lot, and one, it doesn't rain at all. So the one you're talking about is the one that doesn't rain at all. The water's already within the cistern, so it only runs within that. So it's not stealing anything that's not already there or already recharged. So that's just from the stormwater perspective. It only takes that portion of the water and uses what it needs, and it slowly disseminates the rest of it that it doesn't need to within its capacity. So if you have it at a level here, this is what I need for running the building for roughly, you look for a dry period of time, 90 days, 3 months. So that's already held within the system, and everything else is just about the recharge or the slow discharge of the water back into the natural aquifer.
It's an interesting concept, but it was brought up and it brought it to my attention concerning your project because you had mentioned it. So I wanted to address it. And then the 18-acre dedicated land for the wet, I know there's been talk about, is that feasible to be able to put a water treatment plant? Because there are wetlands in that area. So that might be something to.
Yeah, so what you had seen before in some of the plans was a concept that we believe would work.
Okay. And then you probably can't answer this, but the lighting for security, I do know when I spoke to the gentleman from Lumia, it's now called Horticulture, I forget the name is now called, but that the lighting might affect his business, including the plant growing, that your security lighting, naturally, it's a data center campus, you're going to want security lighting. So.
Yeah, my understanding is that there's and correct me if I'm wrong, sir, the county ordinance does address the lighting for these buildings. I'm not sure if the county is dark sky compliant or headed in that direction, but Mr. Smolnick, do you want to speak to that?
And I'm looking at Ms. Leduc, I forget what the foot candle is. It's lights intensity is measured in ISO foot candles. I know some localities it's 0.1 foot candles at the property line, but we do have, specific standards at the property line in the zoning ordinance.
And I remember that because I brought that up way back when, but I just wanted to address his concern because I said I would bring it up. And the other concern I wanted to bring up that I said I would when I had a talk with him 2 months ago is about the generators. And he is very concerned about the amount of generators and the pollution and the possible damage to his growing ability. And so I wanted to bring that up on public record.
So we have heard, obviously, the concern from the public about any environmental issues from generators, which is why we've gone to that extra measure of being Tier 4 compliant. And so my brief understanding, I could give you an engineer to tell you a little bit better, but not only does that limit the amount of pollution, but there's actually a treating mechanism to that emission as well. So we've exceeded the ordinance with regards to the generators, and we believe that is just being the good right neighbor, the right thing to do.
And I know DEQ has a whole department that permits that too. And then my last question or comment is I have seen one of the Culpeper data centers that actually has what you proposed for the fencing, and believe it or not, doesn't look half bad. It actually looks very interesting. And they had some of those plantings that you see, and they were in the process of developing to what they eventually would, and it wasn't that bad. Do you know what I mean? It was just driving past it when we went a tour of the area where they have the data center campus that they have agreed to.
I appreciate that, and I believe throughout the data center energy, the data center developers are hearing concerns of the county and the residents and the communities. They're hearing the concerns about groundwater. They're hearing the concerns about noise. They're hearing the concerns about pollution. And I think that they are racing to improve technologies so that we can win over communities so that communities want our business, as we certainly want to be good partners with the community.
Yeah, I was surprised. I was quizzical about it, but then I actually saw it. So it made me kind of change my opinion, at least about the fencing and that. And
Thank you.
So I just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Mr. Sellens?
How many generators you got?
Well, we don't know the exact number of generators. We believe that the number that was thrown out is much higher. We're hoping potentially, our plan is to actually have, to start with a turbine, natural gas turbines for on-site generation, which would then be converted to backup generation when we get our grid connection. So we don't have numbers of generators yet, but we're hoping that we won't necessarily need diesel generators.
Held, you're up.
Sure, thank you. I'm just done trying to rapid fire some stuff out there. Whenever your engineer was speaking about the percentage of trees, it was just reversed. The 12-foot were the smallest percentage, they're like 20%, and the 8-foot were 50%. So you'd have to switch that to change the height you're talking about. But right now it's 12-foot or 20%.
Yeah, the 12-foot 20% is representative of what you saw in those pictures.
Mm-hmm.
So I got the percentages as far as the bigger versus the smaller, but yeah.
Yeah, it was too small to see it on the screen up there. On there, it says that there's basically 10 trees per 100 feet, 100 foot. That's the math. That's distance. What about depth? Because I don't know, there's no depth. So how many, because those trees essentially cover a 14 foot from the center of the tree, most of them. So you'd plant them so that 7 foot out, you're 14 feet apart would block the vision. And if you offset them, then you could block the view. But I was just curious if you may not know that, but.
Yeah, you have we have a bigger area to plant, but the whole idea is to plant on the upper side of that berm or slightly on the bottom side so that all of the trees are on the higher side to create the biggest buffer that we can, varying those in between different sizes and heights.
Yeah, because those evergreens are going to grow fast. I appreciate you guys adding those. They're going to grow fast and they're block year round. And so that's going to help out a lot. One thing that we may look at adding to that would be one of the concerns of the gentleman that was here earlier from Blumia is the impact of the generators to the bees for growing plants. And, if you threw some flowers in there and amongst the grass, that would give something. And then, I don't know, if somebody wanted to host bees and put bee boxes on your property, I don't know if you guys would allow that, but.
I would certainly say as a general statement, we're certainly open to a dialogue of our neighbors. If there's reasonable things we can do within our control to mitigate our impact on the usability and enjoyment of their properties, we're certainly open to that. We can continue to try to have a dialogue with our neighbors, and we remain open. We do want to be a good neighbor.
Sure, I appreciate that. We appreciate that. Will your retention pond water, I may have missed this, will your retention pond water be used for irrigation for the trees and grass and such like that on your property?
Hobie, what is our plan on that?
We will need a source for irrigation, and it'll be a combination of those ponds plus the cisterns. Okay. So we need that for humidification, but also for irrigation. Okay. We have millions of dollars of landscaping that go in over there. In fact, in some cases, we have to start buying it sooner rather than later because the calibers are bigger, so you have to grow them.
We're just I just wanted to get that out so that we weren't using the county's water that we're trying to save for all the plants you guys are putting in. We're grateful for the plants. We're just, and I think that's all I've got. I appreciate you guys. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So I do have one question. So you mentioned the natural gas turbines for possible electric generation prior to Dominion coming online. Have you guys modeled what size line it may take to run those?
We've done at this stage, we've done feasibility investigations on the feasibility of getting a gas line to our site and the feasibility of getting a supply of gas in those pipes. Going to full-scale engineering is a massive commitment economically. So step one is to try to secure hopefully approval from this board. Once we have that, then we will be in a position to extend resources beyond the feasibility level. But we do have a pathway for gas, and we do have a potential supply of gas. But in terms of the specs and the sizing or the specifics, that's a next level of investigation.
Understood. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none? Thank you, my friend. Appreciate it.
Thank you all very much.
All right, next up we have action item 10-06, Northern Neck Heritage Resolution -19-25.
That's me, Mr. Chairman. Let me pull this up real quick. So received an email from Mr. Jerry Davis. As you know, the area is in the Northern Neck National Heritage Area. They are working on a plan with the National Park Service for the management plan. And Mr. Davis reached out to me, they're developing the management plan for the heritage area, requesting each county reconfirm and re-endorse the the NNHA designation. So that is the resolution in front of you. This is just a formality that the designation already exists, but as they work on the plans, they're just looking for reconfirmation from the localities, which is the resolution in your packet.
I just need a motion to accept it.
I'll make a motion to approve and have Mr. Smolik authorized to sign the Northern Neck Heritage Resolution 19.25 and the chair.
R-19-25.
19, yes.
Thank you.
Second.
Motion properly second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes. All right, we did Daisy already, so we are still you, Mr. Smolik, the arbitrage.
Yes, sir. So Ms. Cobb and I received information. So with the new courthouse that opened, there were two different borrowings for that courthouse. One of them to get the project started, the other to finish it. The second borrowing was associated with a 2022 series of bonds, and there was an over borrowing of those funds. So the way it sets as arbitrage is you cannot take tax exempt bonds and put them in a high yield account and not use that money. It's just, you can't do that. So we got a notice, it's called a temporary period. It's 3 years from the bonds were issued. So we looked at this, and the big thing is we potentially, if we do nothing, we owe the IRS money. We've been taking tax exempt bonds, putting them in an unrestricted yield account, and have not spent it on what they were borrowed for. As soon as Ms. Cobb and I got this, the letter from SNAP, we got together and we called Davenport and Sands Anderson and says, let's look at these bonds. How were they drafted? What can we do? So looking at this, during the temporary period, the 3-year temporary period, you're allowed to refund yourself any interest paid. So that amounts to $3,362,829.14. There was there's one outstanding invoice, $10,129.53. And when you take that from the unused funds, you're looking at $1,768,196.79. So our questions for bond counsel in Davenport were, can we move this money forward to different projects, or how can we make best of this money that was not spent for the courthouse? So a couple actions, and this information is in the gray folder for you. I'm not looking for necessary action tonight because I want to make sure this is tip-top perfect with Sands Anderson. Sands Anderson drafted what, and I want to make this public, all these documents public, so the public can see what we're looking at and what the board is voting on. There's a completion certificate that we have drafted up. We just need to include some figures by Jesse Baus with Sands Anderson. Long story short, we can refund, we can process a requisition to get the interest back to us, pay that last invoice, and the remaining let's just call it $1.8 million, we can use this for other capital projects such as our fire station. Now I know, Mr. Stroud, we were in a very long, good meeting last week at a turn-by-turn page of the design of that fire station. The board, 2023, there were bonds taken out, I believe it was for $14 million for a fire station. Right now, we're going to come in under that. I'm not going to say where we're at because we're still in the design phase. So we can put this $1.8 million towards that. And then the big question is, what happens to the $3.362 million? Well, that money is going to go back into the CIP fund balance. And we can roll that forward into other projects. We can put it into the fire station, whatever the board decides to do, with a courthouse, is the VOTEC building. There are some options that we have here. But if we did nothing, we're going to owe the IRS north of $400,000. If we take action, and we have to take action by October 31 of this year. So we still have another board meeting. I just wanted to put this on the topic. Not everybody talks about arbitrage all the time. So wanted you to hear it, and we'll have it in public documents for the October 21 board meeting. Any questions? It'll come back up in 2 weeks. So if you have any questions, let us know, but I just want to let you know where we're at on that. And that's all I have for item 10-08, sir.
So that's $3 million for the CTE building along with the Algren West with their money. So we should be able to do that before December.
All right.
It's a smart thing to do. We don't have to borrow other money. Keeps us from paying interest on other money as well.
Right, so you can pay cash for it.
And I have no issue leaving this as discussion, but I mean, we're pretty caught up on this. And I don't know if anyone's going to change their mind in 2 weeks.
You know, if the board's comfortable on this, it's just the certificate of completion. That will be one item that will need to be completed. So, you know, if the board feels comfortable tonight, we can move forward.
Saying we are, I'm just saying I'm open to it because I think we have a good understanding. It saves us money. It's a smart money decision. So,
Mr. Chair, the only thing I would answer to that is to make sure that the documents are put on the website so that the public can read it, so that we're being very transparent.
no,
And I do appreciate your explaining it to me and Ms. Levita Cobb, our Director of Finance, because I'm not a financial person in that respect, and it was very good to have that information explained to me, so I understood what it was.
right. Next meeting then.
Yes, sir. I want to make a quick point, if I could. The CTE building, I want to take care of that too, but I think you're talking about putting $3 million in it to refurbish it. What's going on now? The school board recently voted on was they want to tear that building down and rebuild a 2-story building there for $20 million. And that's just for the shell of the building. That's not the equipment. That's not the staff. That's not anything. So I don't want to put $3 million in to refurbish the existing building only to tear it down and rebuild it for another $20 million. So
Yeah, we can build a 2-story building there that will house them for a lot less than that.
Yep.
A lot less.
Anyway, just want to throw that out there and make sure that
Well, of course they wanted a 2-story. They'd probably want a 4-story. You'd pay for it.
I did throw that out there so that we can argue over it. Let's move along. No, I agree with you.
All right. Smart to continue, please.
Thank you, sir. For County Administrator's report. So what I have on the screen and you all have is the draft budget calendar for FY27. So the way this is broken up, we've got the CIP budget and the operating budget running concurrently. And we're 13 days out from kicking off the CIP. Those items are listed in blue, and the white line items are the operating budget. You'll notice the fourth item down, or the second white line item, with the date of November 10. This is the preliminary budget meeting, fall work session that the board requested shortly after the election. That follows a very similar format for last year. It's still a very aggressive budget schedule that we have. A couple things we will need to contend with are the Board of Equalization. I'll talk just a brief minute on that for appointments. And also we have the Governor Youngkin will put a bill in for his biennial budget as he leaves office. So we are, waiting to see what happens, obviously, in the election, and what could be happening to that budget that Governor Youngkin submits. A couple other key dates that we're really looking at are healthcare figures. Those won't come until late March. So that'll, that's kind of near the tail end of the budget process. We can get an estimate, but those hard numbers of if there's going to be an increase, we'll work those in. So I've sent this all to my departments, sent it to Dr. Boyd to look at so everybody's on board, but very similar format for last year. Transparency in the budget for what the line items are being spent on for the public. So I just wanted to, let the board know where we stand, and we're another 13 days out. We're getting it going again. And then I did want to touch on the Board of Equalization, as I mentioned. So there are certain requirements for members who sit on the Board of Equalization. There's some information in your packet. I really want the board, and working a lot with Ms. Puckett, thank you so much, and with Ms. Fish, I really want the board to start, looking at these requirements. And there's some training that needs to go on, and the backgrounds of the citizens of King George County who will sit on the Board of Equalization. So we will need those appointed and ultimately go through the circuit court. I believe that is correct. Just start putting on your thinking caps, talking to your constituents, and we will have those appointments or recommendations to the circuit court in the very near future.
If I have a member that I want to, I'm sorry, Ms. Collins, if I have a member that I can point them to you, you can talk to them a little bit about what it's going to entail and all that. Is that right?
Yeah, yes.
Make sure that, Mr. Collins, sorry.
So you're going to wait till after November 4th for the names, right?
I think that would probably be the wise move if you wanted to start talking to some of your constituents now.
Well, whoever gets my spot might appoint.
That's right, or maybe the candidates should be thinking about this right now. I think it's a minimum of 3 BOE members. There's some alternates, but there's a little bit of information provided in the packet. So read that. If you have any questions, Ms. Puckett or myself would be happy to chat with you about this process. This is really her first time as a commissioner of revenue, my first time as a county administrator, and I think some of you first time as a board member appointing BOE members.
Any other questions? All right.
That's all I have, sir.
You sure? Mr. Sullins wants to say something again.
Again?
I'm talking.
Y'all can invite me. Oops, had the microphone on for that one. No, I've got a question for you. I've heard repeatedly that we're overdue. for updating the comprehensive plan. Do we have a plan to update that plan?
So yes, we did put that in the FY26 budget. I believe the number was $150,000 is what the board approved with this current year's budget. Talking to Ms. LeDuc, I believe we're going to start working on that RFP. I expect it to hit the streets maybe right around the holidays, maybe right after the holidays.
And that's $150,000 to pay somebody else to do it on our behalf?
You have to have a consultant and very, what I want to see is, and I really encourage our citizens, I've seen in other localities where you have public meetings with 300 people there, all having their inputs in different stations. And a good consultant is key to really engaging the public and having a very public process.
Okay. And so when did you say we're going to kick it off?
Well, the RFP, I believe, should hit the streets right after the holidays.
Okay.
Yes.
We know who we don't want.
Sir?
We know who we don't want.
I think we should let Mr. Collins do that.
I
didn't say anything else. I just left it at that.
So
I would like to make a motion that we commit ourselves to starting this in January because it's, from what I understand, 2 years overdue.
yeah, but the thing is I believe that the best money you're going to spend is the time before you spend the money. If you haven't read the current comprehensive plan, then you need to read it. We need to have a separate meeting, and we need to discuss about what our vision, our goals, like where we want to go. Because before we ever hire anybody to do the first thing, we need to be able to articulate to them what we want. Because if we can't, then they're going to get, months into it, and somebody's going to look at it and say, well, I really don't like that, or don't want this, and they got to make changes, all these, it's just going to become a nut roll.
To an extent, I agree with you, but that also goes back to what he was saying earlier, that on the public meetings, it's not what we want, it's what we all want, the county wants.
I don't disagree, but if you expect the whole county to read the comprehensive plan?
No, but I expect them to have an opportunity to have their say on what it ought to look like.
And as the only one who was here when it was developed in 2019, that was very important to public, and that UMW Dog Run, a lot of people came to participate. And that's what I was mentioning in my board comment, because we cannot leave the citizens out because we only serve for a certain amount of time. And they want to make sure that their input is also in the plan for the future.
Well, so Mr. Stroud has a good point that there should be a work session amongst whoever, 5.
I don't disagree with that, and that our vision be put in there.
Move on to the next phase.
Our vision be a starting off point and let the county make comments on what they would like, how they would like to change that.
And that can also be added to those public comment sessions.
Maybe it's just the review of the RFP that goes out to make sure you're targeting the correct consultants. Yeah.
The microphone.
So, I don't like it when anybody calls me dumb, but the thing about the comprehensive plan, whenever you look at it and you read it, it is what we, you can say the people, whoever's involved, where you want the growth, where you don't want the growth, and what type of businesses, like what type of growth do you want there? So with that being, where's money going to be generated, or where are people going to go to have recreation, that type of stuff? Those are the type of kind of the decisions that are to be made. People, you can add input, but if you're responsible for, if you're responsible, meaning able to pay the bills and making sure that the county has the resources that it needs to operate, then those things are going to drive decisions beyond, the people that come in and say, well, I don't want the birds to get hit when you're driving down the road. And, we've had those kind of discussions. People have came in before and they didn't want to have a data center because the birds will run into the buildings. Things like that. And it needs to be a more of an adult, comprehensive conversation at some point about those things. And that's what the comprehensive plan does. I'm not trying to tell you guys that you don't understand that, but whenever you open it, not all the intelligent people are going to show up. There's a lot of intelligent people out there that have good input, and sometimes it's hard to get it from them.
You ought to really stop where you're right there.
I just want to rewind the beginning of that first comment. If I made you think that I was calling you dumb, I sincerely want to apologize because
I heard him say it.
Shut up.
Yeah, that's what I heard too. We'll check the record.
Yep.
I always say that about attorneys.
All right, here we are. We're going to move to secondary public comment this time, and I'm just going to ask, is there anyone here who'd like to speak? Come on up, sir. 3 minutes, just tell me your name and where you vote. What district?
My name's Darren Colon, James Madison District. I am the third house occupied on Bloomsbury Road from Route 3. So the data center is in my front yard, the proposed data center. It affects me directly. So it's pretty emotional. I attended all the planning commission meetings that Green Venture Energy or whoever they are has presented at. And this is the first time I've heard them propose gas turbine as a power solution. I find it unbelievable that their plan continuously changes every meeting. It evolved. They had no plan from the beginning. They were just going to build. Mr. Sullins gets a meeting with them and they tell him $30 million and today it's $100 million. What's going on here, 10 years of construction in my front yard. Man, I don't know what to say. 10 years. And then the comprehensive plan, King George is a farm community, right? And you're going to put a data center on your main highway leading into the county? I don't know. Doesn't seem like a good idea to me. Maybe a data center should be in the middle of the woods somewhere. But it's not going to be. Not if it goes through. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Good evening, Arn Eliason, James Madison District. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Green Energy Ventures strikes me as a euphemism of sorts. They're not green. There's nothing green about them. Energy gobblers, and the venture part stands for they are venture capitalists. They are not our friends. They're coming across as good old boys and proffering this and proffering that. Those are just little dust particles off their bigger budget. Let me just say that they're here to buy up cheap land. They're going to make money, a lot of money. And that's their whole goal. I mean, they put on a pretty nice facade and they have a really good artist rendition of this thing from the point of view of from the south, from the west, driving east, driving north, whatever. Let me also say that they are correct about the comprehensive plan. It does encourage an industrial zone there. However, the first bullet in the comprehensive plan is to preserve the rural character of King George County and putting in 13 data centers with ancillary buildings. And now we're learning about the power requirements. There's nothing rural in character about that, not even in the slightest bit. Number two, the land is currently zoned A2. It's not zoned industrial. They abut industrial zoning, but it is not. We would have to change the zoning. It's rural agricultural is what it says. Another point is that they have shown themselves to be completely unreliable with this evening's presentation insofar as they didn't give us accurate money information, how much the county would garner in terms of tax revenues. They were way off base, and I appreciate you calling them on that. The natural gas turbines, I couldn't believe that was brought up tonight. There's nowhere in any of the data that I've seen so far that their handouts and so on. How noisy are those guys? And what sort of output or pollution can we expect from that? They've already looked into getting in lines and they have a source, but they haven't talked to any of us neighbors about what that's going to do to our environment. What about the humans? You asked them about bothering the bees. What about the humans and other neighbors? And lastly, I'll say, how much money does the county really need? We have approved a data center. It's beautifully designed off the road. You can't see it. They've got a pretty comprehensive plan. But money is a corrupting influence when you think about it. If you have money, you find ways to spend it. It erodes efficiency. It makes you find ways to create projects just to use up the money that you get. I think the data center on Kings Highway is a really bad idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Art. Is there anyone else?
Hi, I'm Leroy Botham, James Madison District. So a couple things. GEV left already, but something that they may want to consider, or we could potentially ask for is additional proffers. There's a lot of people that care about the environment around here. Between what they provide, all the other data centers in the community, there's no reason they can't put sensors on the fence. There's no reason they can't put sensors in the river where we draw water from or where they draw water from. You could identify what the decibels at the fence line is from a sensor you can't see. They're so small you can't see them around the entire fence line at every data center, at every location, wherever that is. You could get air quality sensors. What are all these generators putting out? How bad is that? What's that look like? All that could be publicly available data that could be published to the public at any time from any of these sites. All they do is put those things around the fence line. They put them in the water, whatever pipe they have, or however that works. Something like that could be useful. That could ease a lot of people's tensions. That covers air quality, water depth, temperature, depending on where you put it, what you want to do. Sound covers a lot of those things. Another thing that I would encourage the county to potentially think of, especially in the comprehensive plan, and we talk about data centers. What are data centers bringing? Data centers are bringing a lot of technology. What's that technology doing? It's here to support artificial intelligence. What is our county doing when it comes to artificial intelligence? I just heard we might spend $150,000 on a consultant to do something. If you pay a data engineer out of college 80 or 90 grand, you can get that comprehensive plan through artificial intelligence for an $80,000 kid in probably a couple weeks. Not to mention that, you populate a form, you publish it to everybody in the county. You could have 30,000 people in the county put that form in, everybody's idea comes in, it comes in, and AI gives you the comprehensive plan. Granted, there's work behind that. It's not as easy as I make it sound. But you need the people to support that. You need the IT to support that. Things like that. So I would consider, as we mature and as we grow further into the county, we consider those costs and things like that. Those things are going to be right here in our backyard. How can we get, I don't know, a better deal with these guys if they're sitting in our backyard? Just something to consider as you put together the comprehensive plan to do those things. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Collins.
can I make a statement?
Sure.
So Green Energy Ventures has changed their tune on many, many, many things, which is problematic. But some of the other concerns that, you know, the money thing is not what really drives me. What drives me is what's best for everyone. And when I see that man come up here and give a public comment on 10 years, I know where his house is, 10 years of construction right outside his house. Would anybody here want that? No. I just can't imagine what that, because I mean, you know how many, so there has to be some, if all this goes through, there has to be, the energy turbines really threw me for a loop because it's the first time I heard of them too. And there's a bunch of other problems with those turbines, those gas turbines, that never was mentioned. But I'm really concerned for the neighbors. That's what I'm really concerned about. We can find money. You know, you can scale down projects. You can do all kinds of things, but you can't. The quality of life for somebody living across from a construction site for 10 years, the only words I can find is sucks. And it would be terrible. That's all I'm going to say about that.
All right. Anyone else want to talk? Jackie? It's nothing to say.
I'll make a motion.
Oh, come on up. Open mic night. Oh, come on, you're fine.
So my biggest concern is they will not divulge the end user because they don't know who the end user is. And that's a concern to me because, you know, the bad deal from Amazon could be right there and they're just waiting to divulge themselves after it's all done. So, and I'm concerned about that. And maintaining that tank with all that water in it, how they're going to be pumping that out of the aquifer. And I'm really concerned about the aquifer and the constant noise. Those turbines aren't quiet. They're going to make a sound all their own on top of the other decibels that are going to come from the generators and who knows what else they'll put out there. But once they get approval, they're going to do whatever they want and sell it to whoever the highest bidder is. And we're left with the dirt and the dust for 10 years. So, you know, we spent 20 years in the Marine Corps so that we could have a nice place to live. And we bought it because it was in the middle of a horse farm. And then everything's just, you know, gone awry. So I wish you would consider that. And, you know, the horse farm too. So thank you.
Where do you live, ma'am?
I'm sorry, I'm on Bloomsbury. I'm his wife, Darren's wife.
Right down from the new house.
I am the not the new house anymore because the new one's going in.
The
but I'm
one with
right
a
after.
Ford pickup and the camper.
Yes, that's
Okay, that's you, Mr. Kalan?
Yeah.
So I'd reached out to you and I didn't get anything back. Yeah. You said Marine Corps?
Yes.
Oh, Mr. Stroud, we're not going down that road.
So, I didn't bring that up for any credible in it, but we worked a long time and we lived in many, many places before we settled here. And
This is your forever home.
it was, it's not anymore. Not if this goes through. It won't be.
So can I make a clarifying statement? So I asked Green Energy Ventures at a meeting with Mr. Davis. So would you sell that property the next day you got an approval? And they said, well, I can't tell you that answer. So the answer is pretty much what they're telling you is they're going to sell it if they get approval. So their neighbor,
But they did divulge in some of the zoning meetings that they didn't know who the end user was going to be yet. I find that hard to believe.
They're still negotiating with different companies on that, but they did tell me that it's not going to be Amazon. They have some other companies that they're talking to. They can't tell me who those are, but they did tell me specifically that it won't be Amazon. That was a concern that I was going to have. That
Well, my concern is I'm an asthmatic and he has tinnitus from the Marine Corps. So that humming that's going to go on over there, we won't be able to live with her. It's impossible. So
And
I thought
if
I'd
anybody-
finally speak up.
I will say I hope you're wrong, because I voted for the one over in off of Claydale. That's about 1,000 yards from my house, so it's in my backyard.
And we didn't know who their end user was at the time either. They won't, you can't divulge it. You can't. So that's not, if I was in your shoes, and I've been talking data centers now for a couple of years with this, that would concern me. It doesn't concern me as much, them not knowing who it's going to be.
Well, my well really is my biggest concern.
Yeah.
Because, I don't want city water. I'm sorry.
So if you
That's why I asked that question, because that area is known for having quite a few shallow wells.
Yeah, yeah.
So if you all remember Central Park up in Fredericksburg, it's there now. Central Park in Fredericksburg, it used to be a golf course, and it used to be owned by Mr. Shannon. And Mr. Silver wanted to buy that property, and Mr. Shannon said, I'll never sell it to you. And what happened was a third-party person bought that property and then sold it to Silver. So when you say Amazon's not the end user, that's not necessarily the case.
All right, can I get a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to adjourn the Board of Supervisors to Tuesday, October 21st, 2025 at 5:30 PM in the boardroom of the Rivercombe Building.
Second.
Motion properly second. Do we need to talk about it?
Yeah, let's have a discussion.
All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, we are adjourned.